Well, I was born a couple days after the Columbus Day storm in Eugene, Oregon in 1962.
Hmm.
Literally 4 days after the storm. It was I, small little town, population about 50,000 at the time. About 20,000 of that was University of Oregon students. Been a Duck fan my whole life. I grew up, I grew up in the suburbs, upper middle class, sort of like the Brady Bunch, only in Eugene instead of Los Angeles. My parents were married. We didn't have a maid, but I was the second son of three boys. And we had one little sister. She was adopted because my mom got tired of having boys. There's been nothing in my family but boys for the last 5, 6 generations, except adopted females that
Really?
came about. So whatever chromosome that is running rampant in my family. I have a son now. My brothers have sons. My uncles have sons. Remarried, had more sons. Yeah, it's just boys, boys, boys. So anyway, I we moved. I was born by this. Well, when I was little, I on the day Kennedy got shot, I was 13 months old, and my mom was pregnant with my little brother, and I had surgery scheduled that day. And I went to on the way to the hospital. My appendix burst.
At 13 months?
13 months. My mom was on the way to the hospital, but she was late because she was watching the Kennedy assassination on the news. And 2 or 3 blocks from the hospital, my appendix burst. And she rushed me in screaming to beat the band, and they were waiting for me. And they put me under and cleaned up the mess from the burst appendix, and then they did the operation.
Was that a common thing back then?
No,
that's not.
Well, the appendix was not. I had what's called an intussusception. Your small intestine was telescoping into the large one. That's what the problem was. That's what I was going in for. And the appendix bursting just happened to be coincidentally on the way to the hospital, or one of two things. One, I might have been under, my whole body cavity open and vulnerable, which could have possibly killed me. The second option was the appendix burst and I died before I got to the hospital. So I'm lucky to be alive at 13 months old. But
yeah, it's interesting way to start your life for sure.
Well, I was born on Columbus Day, and 13 month later, the day Kennedy got killed, that was my second traumatic historical event in my life. Well, before the Columbus Day storm was the Bay of Pigs, of course. It was all right there at the same time. So anyway, but I grew up. So we lived in this one house until I was about 5, and then we moved to the house I lived in until I graduated high school.
Okay.
And we were there pretty much for most of my childhood. It was a nice little suburban street out in the edge of town, south part of town, and affluent neighborhood. New schools were being built. One of those types of neighborhoods. Our house was like one of 5 or 6 on the street when we moved in. And as we grew up, the neighborhood sprawled out into the woods and cul-de-sacs and housing tracts.
So was that farming land?
No, it was a hill, wooded area, kind of like Mukilteo-ish, but at the south end of the Willamette Valley. Very, hilly, and the Willamette Valley is pretty flat, and that's where the town was. But as the town got bigger, it kind of grew into the hills around on all sides, and that's southwest Eugene. Some of the trails we blazed as children in the woods became streets later on, because that's just the way we did it. I started actually working when I was about 5 or 6 years old. We'd pick blackberries in the woods and sell them to the neighbor ladies. And the trails we blazed picking blackberries eventually became roads, because they were cleared and they became shortcuts and paths and well-worn trails, and then dirt roads, and then they were eventually paved by the city. So I ended up going after we moved. When I was 5, I think I split kindergarten with 2 different places, or first grade, what it was. Then I ended up going to the same grade school, junior high and high school, as my older brother.
So let's dial into your early teen life. Were you into sports? What kind of kid were you?
We all played sports, the whole family. We biked all over the neighborhood. We built tree forts with all this material we could steal from the houses being built around us. We had pine cone fights, and we did all that kind of stuff. When I was about 6 or 7, Grandma and Grandpa, who lived in Portland, bought a property at the beach in Walport, which is about a 2-hour drive from Eugene. And we would go there probably twice a month, and we'd clear the property, campfires and stuff. Eventually we built a cabin on that property, and we'd all go there and stay, and we'd go for a couple weeks every summer, sometimes for a week on spring break or whatnot.
So
And
you look back on that time as with fond memories?
that was very fond memories. I had a great childhood. The brothers stuck together. Little sister always brought some friends of hers. We were big in the church. We go to church every Sunday. We had friends all over the city. My dad was an insurance salesman, so he had friends in some businesses around town, and we were friends with their families between the church, the school.
Sounds like very social.
It was very social. We all played baseball, basketball, and football. Eventually, as we got older, we started playing soccer, and some family members dropped out of some sports, but we were active in the community.
So what do you think about childhood today for kids? Do you think they're missing some aspects?
I think a lot of the children are in sports for their parents, not themselves. Their parents had problems in sports, and they live vicariously through their children. I used to umpire sports when in the Little League, and the parents, parents and referees and umpires have their issues.
But when you played sports, that wasn't the case for the parents?
No, it was more for the kids and about having fun. We didn't get a participation trophy. There was a team that got a trophy every year. The winners got a trophy. They went to the playoffs, the city tournament, It's a small town, so, the city champion was the best grade school in town. There's probably 8 or 10 of them, and so if you had the best record and you won the playoffs, you won. And you had to earn what you...
So the parents back then weren't forcing.
They weren't. I think the kids wanted to do it because the sports were more social then. Now, I don't think it's so much a social thing as maybe a way to get a scholarship eventually, or parents are forcing their children to do this because the parents had a shortcoming in their sports, and so they're living through their children, whether their children want to do it or not, kind of like the pageant moms who push the pageants on the little girls.
So what would you, taking that thought, what would you recommend for parents to do then today?
Well, if their kids like it, if their kids like to do it, then encourage it and participate. But remember, it's not about winning. It's about the kids playing and having a good time, making friends, developing skills, a skill set, balance, agility, speed, endurance, strength, all that stuff. It's healthy for kids to keep active like that. Back in the day, they were chopping wood, working the farm, tending to the horses or whatnot. Now, kids are so sedentary. It's, they just sit around on their computers all day, and it's causing a generation of pampered, obese children. They need to get out there and do more. Man, I think.
All right. So when you, let's say late teens now, did you know what you want to do in life?
Not really.
Or aspirations? Or
I've been very entrepreneurial all through childhood. I picked blackberries, I mowed lawns, I did yard work, I babysat, I had a newspaper route. All of this was on my bicycle around the neighborhood. Church members, neighbors, whatnot. And I started umpiring ball games at 14. Mom, I either had to take the bike or ride my bike.
So was baseball your favorite sport?
Not really. I didn't do well in baseball, so I chose to umpire. I like baseball. I love the Mariners now. I umpired up through high school, and I umpired as a high schooler. I umpired my high school team, which is kind of rough because you make a bad call and you hear about it in the hallway.
Oh, yeah, and you may be biased towards your team.
Well, they at that level they had gotten past that. They knew that you were either a good umpire or you weren't. The guy that ran the city umpire league was a friend of mine. He played on the baseball team and he umpired, and his dad was kind of the area.
So here's a funny story. My kids are part of the YMCA, and so they play basketball there. And last year they had playoffs and championships, and this year they're not doing that. And so I asked why, and they said last year the parents got too aggressive.
That's really prevalent now.
And what's really funny was it wasn't the top 4 teams that they had problems with. It was the teams that weren't even fighting for championships.
Right. It's the parents.
It was the bottom half that had all the trauma and drama. So that this year they're having like private championship games.
Nice.
So they're only selecting, I don't know if it's a top 4 or the top 2 to be like, hey, you're going to go play a championship game, but they're not telling anyone else. Because they were like, if you were fifth or if you were like 8th seed and 9th seed, you weren't going to a championship game. We don't want that drama, so you're not even playing. So I thought that was extremely funny because it's like, so my boys, they're the best team. So they get a championship game, but they're not telling anyone else.
Right.
So the parents can't get mad.
Keep the violent parents away from the game.
So they can't be mad that little Billy didn't get a playoff game.
Right.
But that was super funny.
Well, I heard on the news they're thinking of putting body cams like the cops have on referees because so many are getting accosted and assaulted. It's a deterrent to keep the parents from overdoing it and causing problems in the sportsmanship is what it's supposed to be all about.
Yeah.
Not, whether that call was perfect or not. We're so used to instant replay and stuff now. Little Timmy who's 14, who's umpiring a T-ball game, little Timmy at 14, he doesn't have the skill set that a professional umpire has, and he's got to answer to the replay officials. Now mom and dad have the camera. They can replay and go, hey, Timmy was safe,
Sometimes we take a good thing and take it too far.
That's the parents' problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So back to John at late teens, let's say your junior, senior year.
Well,
you had been entrepreneurial, it sounds like.
Yeah, I was working and I had money and stuff. At 15, I was literally working. I would get up at 5. Here's me at 15. It's in the summer. I got up at 4 in the morning and I went to the sports program place at 5 a.m. And I got in a 3-wheel motor scooter. And I got paid $10 a ball field. And I would go spray them down with water and drag them smooth and chalk them for the baseball game that day. And then I go back to the sports program place, and they gave me 8 hours for that. Wow. $80. That's $10 a ball field. And that's
good money back
then. Yeah, it was
None
crazy.
Of your friends are making that kind of money.
So, and I was driving a little 3-wheel scooter at 15 before my license. It was pretty cool.
This was never coming from your parents driving you to do this.
No. I just took the bike down the hill. The place was right next to my junior high is where the place was. And so I would do that, and then I would ride my bike over to a grocery store that I worked at, and they had the bottle bill in Oregon. I'd return bottles and stock the shelves and everything. It was a drive-through dairy store with glass bottles and stuff. And then I would ride my bike home, and I'd get dressed in my umpire gear. My mom would take me to a place usually with a doubleheader, and I'd umpire 2 baseball games till about 9 or 10 at night, and she'd pick me up, and I'd go home.
There was no such thing as homework?
No, this was summer.
Oh, okay.
This was summer stuff, yeah. So I was working 16, 18 hours a day. And
you enjoyed that?
I had a ball. I was making money. I was making friends because
your friends work that hard, or
there was some friends of mine that were also umpiring and working at the sports program with me. I did the grocery store because my brother used to work there. He was working there as a cashier, and then before he went off to college. So I kind of took his job after he moved on and went away.
So I haven't had this discussion yet, but because you were big into sports, I think this would be a fun conversation to have in regards to sports. I think there's value to sports. My kids play sports.
Agreed.
But I think sometimes as a society, we elevate it too much.
Correct.
Where now we have kids who played sports, then they became teenagers, then they became college age, then they became diehard college fans, and then they continue to watch sports so to the point where nothing else matters to them. And so it's like there are value to sports, but when it becomes all consuming and all these random statistics that don't affect your life, how do you make sure that someone doesn't get too into it? Because we have plenty of men out there. What do they do all day Saturday? Watch college football. What do they do all day Sunday? Watch NFL football. And so it's like, yes, there was a time where sports was beneficial, but now we have a whole generation of men that
obsessed with it,
that are obsessed. And it's funny, there's men I talk to in their 50s and 60s who look at where our culture is today, and they're like, how did we get here? And it's like,
money. It's all the money.
Well, when they look at culture, they're like, we don't necessarily agree with where culture is today. Then you ask those same men, well, what did you do when you weren't working? What did you give your time and effort to?
Back then, you had to work a lot harder. There was more outside stuff to do. There wasn't as much electronic stimulation.
Yeah.
You had to go to a movie and watch it, and then maybe 2 years later, you go watch the same movie because you didn't have VHS, you didn't have DVR, you didn't have streaming, you didn't have Netflix and Amazon. Your choices of entertainment were way like that. I go bowling. I used to go to an arcade. I'd save my lunch money in junior high. I wouldn't eat lunch. I'd take my 70 cents and I'd pedal my bike down to the arcade and I'd play Asteroids or Space Invaders for 4 hours after school every day.
Yeah. So I think there's a point where, like, I think about this with my own kids. Sports is good for development. They're learning the skills of, if I want to get better at something, I have to go put in the work. So they're dribbling all the time, they're shooting all the time. But there comes to a point where sports then become a distraction. And then it becomes all-consuming. And that's where I think most men, and we can say women, who are really into sports, they have to learn where that cutoff is. Because my son at 11, if he's playing basketball, great. But if he's 35 and all of his time and energy is still into basketball, it's like...
Well, it depends. If at 35, he's coaching his son. That's one thing. If he's on DraftKings and fantasy football leagues and going to every game or watching games on TV every night, and all that kind of stuff, I get being a fan. That's one thing. But too much of anything is bad. Obsessiveness in any category: greed, sex, drugs, gambling, money, whatever. Anything. Too much of anything is bad.
Yeah.
You've got to. And if it's a means to an end, if you're Magic Johnson, it paid off. Congratulations for him. But at some point, you have to figure out whether it's a problem or it's beneficial to your life to pursue this.
And I think that's not a conversation we have in society because of. I remember in fantasy, when the fantasy sports came out, I think it hit baseball first.
Probably. There's stats on everything. Every pitch is a different
I remember when that came out. What did that do? That increased engagement because the viewership of the MLB was going down, and then it hit all the other sports. And so now you have all these people that don't necessarily care about the team; they just care about the stats. And the NFL's like, we don't care who you care about; we just care that you care about us.
Like a large chunk on Super Bowl Sunday cared more about Taylor Swift than they did about the football game, which is
so that's I'm not here to say that's right or wrong. I'm just here to say, hey, that's worth having a discussion because and when I talk to men in their 50s and 60s and they're like, we don't like where society is today, it's like, well, maybe you weren't proactively involved with it, and now it's become in such a way that you distracted your way through life.
Yeah, I've got 3 things that sports-wise I care about now. That's Seahawks football, Oregon Duck football, and the Mariners. That keeps me busy all year round. Right now, I've got a little gap till Mariners start. But basically, football.
But do you watch all their games and sit there for 3 hours?
I DVR all the Seahawks and Duck games. 9 times out of 10, I watch them live. But just in case something comes up and I can't get there, it's waiting for me when I get home, and I watch it at my convenience. I went to one Oregon game down in Eugene last year against Prime Time. That was a great trip. But I don't go to the Seahawks games. By the time you spend all that money, you drive, park, walk, hit the bathroom. It's such a pain in the butt. You're better off watching on TV, and they know that. That's why Root Sports is now a pay-per-view. You can't watch the Mariner games for free. You can't watch Thursday Night Football without having Amazon Prime. The Peacock thing they did during the playoffs. It's pretty soon you're going to have the NFL Network. You're going to have to get the subscription, and they're going to have commercials on it also. And you're going to have to pay to watch the NFL because they have the #1 product in the country, and they know it. And that's where it's headed. All
right, so we'll shelve that. But I do think men should look at their lives and see.
I agree.
Am I spending too much time and energy into this?
Well, not just sports, anything really.
Yeah.
I mean, there's people that take their paycheck to the casino and play slots or Texas or blackjack or whatever their deal is, and lose the rent.
Yeah.
So been there.
All right, back to. Late teens, early 20s, John. Did you have a desire to go to college? What was your thought process back then?
My brother was the golden boy in the family. First son is always the cherished. The firstborn's always cherished because, hey, we got a child. The second son is I felt like I was the throwaway. Mom wanted a daughter, didn't get one. After I was born, they tried again immediately. And my little brother's 13 months younger than me. She couldn't wait to have another baby, hoping for a daughter. No, 3 boys. And then we adopted my little sister. But so I always felt like, and he was also, my older brother was about 3 years older than me. So there's 3 years and then 2 brothers that are pretty close together. It was always him dominating the 2 of us. And it was like that. And I followed in his footsteps all the time. And I was rather rebellious because of his success. He was a high school valedictorian, got a naval ROTC scholarship to MIT, straight 4-point student, just couldn't do anything wrong. Mom and dad thought every word out of his mouth was golden. And me, I was just John, didn't matter. And I resented that. And so when he moved away to college, I was a sophomore in high school, and I got my driver's license at 16, and I was on the soccer team, and I had a girlfriend for 3 years in high school, and I rebelled. I rebelled in a big way. And after he left,
what actions? How would you rebel?
Well, he moved, and after he went to college, Mom and Dad got divorced. My little brother my little brother was yet in high school, so he was still in junior high, and my parents got divorced, and my little sister moved in with Dad. Older brother was gone to the East Coast, and then the year after that, my little brother went to Sweden to be a transfer exchange student for a year, and basically it was me and Mom in the house. My sophomore year in high school, I started smoking pot. In the spring of my sophomore year.
Did you do that because your peers did that? Was it?
I did it because of the friends I chose, and I think that's a very determining factor in a lot of high school people's lives. That's what if I was to recommend anything to parents these days, keep an eye on your friends of your children in high school, because that sort of directs them on the path. All my brother's friends and my sister's friends, they're all academics, well-to-do, highly educated, doctorate degrees, master's degrees, advanced degrees, and they all are doing very successful. Mm-hmm. Me, I've been struggling with all kinds of problems throughout my life, but it all started my sophomore year in high school when I stopped getting straight A's. I started getting some B's and maybe a C once in a while. I didn't study as hard. I was supposed to go to school. I was slated to go, follow my brother's footsteps. He blazed a path through the system that I could have just easily skated right behind and followed it right to, any college I wanted to in the country, probably just like he did. But I kind of screwed off my junior and senior year and didn't go. I ended up, after I graduated, I took my entrepreneurial spirit. Once I started smoking pot, I started using my entrepreneurial skills for lesser desirable habits. I started smoking pot one weekend with my buddies, and the next weekend I was selling weed. I saw the opportunity and I jumped right in. And then that summer, a friend of mine who moved to Los Angeles after grade school came back to visit. And after talking with him, I found out that his sister stayed in town and married some guy that lived about 2 blocks from the high school. Well, he had a grow room in his garage. So I basically became a pot dealer to the high school for junior and senior year.
And did your mom, was she aware of these things?
No, I led a double life. I didn't want I didn't want my sister to find out, because some of her friends had brothers and sisters that were older. My older brother had friends that were a year behind him that were in high school. I had this double life. Some of the kids in church, I would, certain family members did, certain family members didn't.
Did you know at the time what you're doing maybe wasn't good or right?
I had an idea, but it's Eugene in the late 70s. I mean, smoking pot was nothing compared to the mushrooms that were being eaten and the Grateful Dead. That was my Grateful Dead was one of my first concerts. I mean, there was a lot, it was the 70s. Prefontaine was big in Eugene when I was growing up. The campus had that, Birkenstock,
So you just
tie-dye
thought it's
t-shirt.
not that bad.
It was all over the news. Everybody the problem on the news was the Vietnam vets were doing opioids and heroin and all these other uppers and popping pills and all this other stuff. A little marijuana seemed harmless. I could smell it walking down the street sometimes. I used to jog through town. I was a big runner because of Prefontaine. And I would run through town. I'd run it from the store I used to work at all the way down to campus and back. And different people on bikes, I could smell it as they walked by, as they ran by and stuff. Was it
illegal? It was illegal, right?
It was illegal, but everybody was doing it. I don't think anybody really got in trouble for it ever. So
in your teenage mind, you saw this opportunity to make some money.
And
so
I
did it, but you didn't necessarily think it was wrong or illegal. It's just like, hey, it's another.
Just Eugene in the 70s. Yeah. Like being in Haight-Ashbury,
So you graduate high school, and then what? What was your thought?
When I graduated high school, right after graduation, I had the same girlfriend for 3 years all through high school. I played soccer. She was on rally. And I worked at a grocery store.
I'm assuming she was okay with that lifestyle?
Yeah, she was right there with me, stepping.
You think you got her into that lifestyle? Or
she was already into that lifestyle.
So she had some influence into that lifestyle.
There was no influence in anybody. We were both doing it. We hung with the same crowd. That's how we got together. We, like people, So, but right after graduation, I went fishing in Alaska with my uncle for 3 weeks. I was on a gill netting boat up in Neck, Alaska and had a ball, made a ton of money. So I came back home and I was working at the grocery store at the time. And by now I was selling pot through the drive-through window. I was selling beer to my underage friends. But when I was getting lunch money from my mother when I was a senior in high school, she'd give me like $12 for lunch money for the week, and I'd stick it in my wallet that had $3,000 in it, and thanks, Mom, and I go off to school. That's the kind of deviant, messed up behavior I had in my head, and it was okay.
Yeah,
I was okay with that. Mom would go away for the weekend. I'd have a kegger at the house. People would be in different rooms. It was just a party, and it was just normal. I'd get a keg of beer for $65, and I'd sell $200 worth of cups and have all my friends at my house for the weekend at 18 years old. And that was just,
Did you clean up the house?
Oh, yeah. I had to clean it up. Yeah. One time my dad showed up after the party. He showed up Monday morning and there was just empty beer cans. We didn't get a keg that party. There was bottles and cans just stacked up ready to go back to the store because they were like 10 cents a piece. So you drink $50 worth of beer and you've got, $10 worth of cans to take back so you can get another half rack or whatever. And that was just what we did.
I would say, hearing just this part of your story, you had a lot of street smarts.
Well, that's the entrepreneurial part of me. My mom was very conservative. My dad he had 25 different businesses he started to try to get stuff going. And that's the kind of way I am now. I'm trying to see what I can get going all the time. But I always try to,
All right. So high school, what happens?
Well, I graduated. My grades dropped and, I graduated, of course, and then I went fishing. So
you went fishing.
I went fishing. When I got back, I was still working at the grocery store. And I went to Lane Community College for 1 semester. I played on the soccer team, and that's about the only thing I did there. I expanded my sales.
As a distribution center.
Yeah, I now had a college to sell to. And I ran into people from the church, from the city, that were also out at community college. And now it's like, hey, I'm not the guy at the Lutheran camp we went to, in the summertime. I was, the guy with the connections. So now suddenly, instead of being high school wide, I was city wide. And then things were so lucrative, I dropped out of school.
What kind of money do you think you were making back then?
Not near enough. I was probably making maybe $500 a week, but this is 1981, 82. I was just nothing. But considering.
Did your brother know at that time? Your older brother?
No,
so no one in your immediate family.
They might have had some ideas, but it wasn't out there like it is now. Obviously, they know. what I did and what, my past and whatnot. We sit around and joke about it, but anyway.
So I don't ask people if they have regrets in life, but do you wish you wouldn't have gotten to that lifestyle in the first place?
It was fun when you're young and you're young and invincible. You don't think about the future as much. I should have. I wish I would have. There was a time when I should have walked away. I actually sort of did. We'll get to that. And then I got back into it. So that's what I regret is the return. Yeah. The return trip. But that's way further.
So you go to community college, do a year of that. All it really did is increase your reach.
Yeah. It just broadened my horizons. Being local, I had a bunch of friends from high school, went to University of Oregon, opened the door for all that market. Some lady at the store I was
Where are you getting your product from?
My buddy's wife, my buddy's sister's husband, who was right next door to the school. And then eventually...
So he's the main supplier?
He was the main supplier for a long time.
So I'm curious, when you're in part of these organizations that aren't legal, is there like a chain of command? Is there like is there like, hey, this is where you're at, I have power?
Yeah, I wasn't quite there yet. It wasn't like a cartel or anything. It was like, hey, back then you hook up with what you get. You don't go to the dispensary and get 15 different choices like you do today, or 50 different choices like now. You got what you got. But he wouldn't have been growing it if he wasn't making any money on it. So
like, let's actually walk through that. I'm curious. So you go to him and you're like, give me your product. So do you buy the product from him?
I always had the money. That's the thing about drug dealing. You have to re-up constantly.
Yeah.
So when you're out, they go somewhere else. You lose that business. You lose that opportunity. So the first thing I did, a lot of people will sell everything out and then go get more. That's not the way to do it. You sell till you have enough to get more, and you get more. And then you keep selling until you got enough to go get more.
So you're getting it from him at a certain cost.
Yeah. But you save money by getting more at a time.
Right.
You get a quarter ounce. It's different than getting a quarter pound.
You're buying at bulk.
Yes, I'm buying bulk and
then you are, let's say we're just making a hypothetical numbers, $100 worth, let's say $1,000 worth from him.
Okay.
Well, how much would you buy at a time from him?
I don't remember the exact numbers back then. I think a quarter pound was maybe $250.
Okay, so you're buying $250 worth from him, and then how much are you selling that $250?
I would sell, I think a quarter pound is 4 ounces. So that's 16 quarter ounces. And I would sell those for $25. So 16 times 25, $400. So I turned $250 into $400.
So make
and I smoke for free. Because every bag's a little short, so I get a little, no quarter ounce weighs a quarter ounce, right? That's a little skim off the top, like Vegas. But quarter. It's not. They weren't even called quarter ounce bags. It was just a bag. It's a $25 bag. You get what you get. Nobody in high school is walking around with scales like they got now.
There's no quality control.
Well, no, but not back then. Nowadays, yeah, something stupid like that might get you shot, but not over pot.
So let me ask you this, and you may not know the answer.
Oh, I'm sure I do.
Because marijuana is now legal here, is there still a lot of illegal?
Here?
Yeah.
Marijuana is legal here.
That's what I'm saying. It's legal here.
Yes.
Is there still a lot of illegal marijuana happening?
Yes. Yes.
Because they don't want to have to deal with the legal system?
Correct. If you've been growing it for so long and you can't get a license to grow legally because you have legal problems or history...
Yeah, how many upstanding citizens are trying to...
I don't know the numbers like that. I don't deal with those people anymore, so I'm not sure, but...
So if you were to guess the percentage of legal versus illegal, would you say 50-50?
Oh, no. There's way more legal now. The people that are doing it illegally, they have a close-knit group of friends. I don't even think it's illegal. They probably have grown enough on their property that they can call it stash, and they grow enough to smoke for free and keep their closest friends in, which help pay for whatever they might need. If they're growing it outside, it's basically free. If they got some kind of solar powered something or, I only grew a few times, but that's way later down the road. So I'm not sure how I know if you grow outside, it doesn't cost anything. So if you got a field somewhere that nobody can get to, you can, I'm about to meet that guy in my story. I'll explain that when I get to it, but yeah.
Interesting.
So-
All right, so we'll table that. But so now you're early 20s.
Early 20s,
No, it sounds like no real purpose in life.
No,
just this business.
moving along. Mom, three things happened. The lady who was running the store I was working at was embezzling money. The store was just getting ripped blind somehow.
Was she the owner of the store?
She was a manager.
Okay, so
I was selling beer to people I wasn't supposed to, and I was selling marijuana out the window. But she was like skimming money off the till. This was before Eye in the Sky and computerized inventory and
It
stuff.
seemed to be much easier to be a criminal back
She
then.
was ripping them off like $20,000, a year or something. They fired everybody, and I lost my job. So
This business shut down.
no, the story. I go in one day and there's somebody else at the till. I go, what's going on? Man, the district manager's there. They go, well, we found out Alicia's been stealing money for the last 3 months. The quarterly reports are all screwed up. Her and her daughter are getting indicted. You got to find a new job. We're just cleaning a house, and you can't go work at any of them. They had like 10 of these stores in the city. So don't even try to get a job at any of these other stores. They're not going to hire you.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, fine. So I ended up that happened at once. And then my mom sold the house that I was living in. So I had to get my first apartment. And I got a job at one of the companies my dad.
What age do you think this was?
I was 19. Yeah, it was the year after I did 1 year in the house with mom at community college, and then mom sold the house the next year, and I had to, and I lost there's a grocery store job, and so I went to work at the mall at Valley River Center in Eugene.
Mm-hmm.
One of my dad's best friend owned one of the cornerstone stores there called the Emporium, and my brother had worked there. I think my sister had worked there too, selling clothes. I got a job in the men's department selling clothes, and
you enjoy that?
That was all right. It was socially, it was really fun. Mm-hmm. Lots of girls. My high school sweetheart moved on to college when I went fishing, and so we parted ways. And that's part of the reason when I was at the community college, I turned into a complete alcoholic, smoking pot 24/7, drinking all the time.
So here's a question. Why do you think so many young people get addicted to alcohol and drugs?
For me,
let's talk more about alcohol.
Well,
are they running from something?
I did.
Is it enjoyment?
It was pure recreation for a long, long time. Yeah, I would smoke. I'd get high at lunch at high school. And that's just because the group I was hanging with did. We'd all go out to the pizza place, get stoned on the way there, eat some pizza. We had open campus, so I get stoned on the way there and on the way back. And it was just part of life. It's just the way it was. We had a good high school. Our teams went to state championships, and we were. It was fun. It'd be like being at Kamiak or whatever now.
Yeah. But let's talk about alcohol. Why is it like? There's so much data, and I'm sure some of the data was available back then that tells you how detrimental it is towards your health.
In my generation, it was the norm. We grew up with. I remember going to Grandma and Grandpa's one time. Dad got pulled over. I was like 5, 6 years old. Mom had this liquor cabinet between her legs. It was open. It had bourbon and a thing of ice and a couple glasses. Dad gets pulled over. Officer what's the matter, officer? He literally had the drink in his hand. And the cop says, you can't go 75 in a 60 zone. I was back when the speed limit was 60, 65, whatever. Maybe he was going 80 and 70. I can't remember. Because you were like 15 miles an hour over the speed limit. Oh, we're trying to make Thanksgiving dinner in Portland, blah, blah, this is BS. And then the cop gives him a ticket, and he goes, take it easy with that stuff. Have a good holiday, and walked away. And Dad swings the last of his drink. He hands the glass over to Mom, pulls back out on the freeway. Mom makes him another drink, and we keep going to Grandma and Grandpa's house. It was MASH, Hawkeye and Trapper were drinking all the time. They performed surgery. They didn't get in trouble. They were in the military. Right after that, Cheers came out. Norm and Cliff sat on the bar stool. Alcohol was just the way. I remember watching Johnny Carter smoking a cigarette, giving the monologue. It was just those cigarettes and alcohol were just part of life. Everybody was doing it drinking it. It was John Wayne, your big hero. Hey, hello, big fella, and he'd take a swig. He'd be drinking all the time. It was just a normal way of life.
There was a period of recent history where Hollywood stopped promoting cigarettes in their movies, and now they're slowly bringing it back. And
it's certain characters, there's certain aspects, mafia movie, they're all drinking and smoking the whole time. You got to kind of have that in there, Goodfellas in Casino, those guys had a drink and a cigarette 90% of or a gun 90% of the time.
Alcohol was it's a social norm that everyone does.
Back then. Now it's more stigmatized. There's more punishment, DUIs, designated driver, all that stuff. That didn't exist when I was.
So wasn't it even to be cool? Did it taste good to you back then?
I wasn't a big fan of alcohol. That's why I smoked more pot in high school than I drank. I did the keggers and stuff for the money. Yeah. I didn't like the hangover, so I didn't get hungover from smoking. So I smoked more pot than I drank. Pot. My drug of choice in high school was marijuana. I would literally get up, I'd leave my house, I get stoned, I go pick my girlfriend up. She'd take a couple puffs. We go to school. We get off at lunch and do that same thing.
Let me ask you this. I'm a young person. I'm thinking about trying one of these vices. What would you say? Let's take my kid. He's a teenager now, so he's 11, but let's say he's a teenager. Would you say, hey, son, just don't? Can you not get into that lifestyle?
I would try to encourage that.
Why?
Because of the detrimental effect it has both, physically, emotionally, financially, mentally, socially. I mean, this day and age, I tried to discourage my son, but eventually I found out he was. We'll get to that later, but I'm jumping ahead of myself. But they're going to try it anyway. It's out there, so let them figure out what they want to do, and I'll get into that later. But I don't know. I think my brothers all tried alcohol. It wasn't their thing. I drank for effect. I didn't really like the taste. When I did drink, I drank something that was watered down, vodka and orange juice, more orange juice, less vodka until it tasted good to me. I wasn't a, shot of scotch or drinking out of the bottle. I couldn't handle that. My stomach would not tolerate that. I would puke my guts out.
It's such a big part of society that it's like, that has, military, whatever. And it's like, it's not beneficial. Think about this. It's hard to convince people to do something that's good for them.
And they go do stuff that's bad for them voluntarily.
But then, it's like, it's crazy. I mean, let's talk about weight loss, right?
Your Monday quarterback. Anybody can say he shouldn't have thrown that pass. They should have handed off. It's way easy to do that, but looking back. But when you're that age, you don't care. You rebel against anything. Whatever your parents tell you is wrong, if they say no, you're going to just go try it just because they said not to. Yeah. They have to do that to get it out of their system. Some people like it and they stick with it. Some people try it. It's not for them. They move on. Some people won't do it because they don't want to get in trouble. And being on the straight and narrow and successful is more important than anything. That's what they follow. That's where you get your doctors, lawyers, politicians, etc. But some people got mixed a little.
Let's go back to John, early 20s now.
Early 20s.
You got fired from that job. You're working.
Yeah, my girlfriend is split up. So when I got the job at the mall, it was a free-for-all. It was, it was party central. It was happy hour for a year. Just girls, dates. I was only 20 years old, but I was dealing with half the bouncers in town. They let me into bars. That wasn't an issue. The first apartment I got was right across the street from this little mom and pop store. They thought I was 21 or they didn't care. They sold me beer. It was, and people would come over to my house and, they'd buy dope and then we'd get some beer and we were just drinking.
Was there ever a period in that time where you were just like, this isn't fun, this isn't worth it?
No.
Or you just...
I enjoyed the crap out of it.
Yeah.
Young and stupid. You got to get through that. And I figured I'll get through this and I'll figure out. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I was still looking. I was curious about all kinds of stuff. Thought about going back fishing again, but I didn't really want to. It wasn't that lucrative. It was a lot of money, but it wasn't like Deadliest Catch where I came home with 50 grand. I think I made $3,000 in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Plus my uncle, I got a check for $3,000 and my uncle gave me like $2,000 to get home. So I literally made $5,000 in 3 weeks. I could almost do better than that at home selling weed.
Yeah.
But it was a great experience, and I wouldn't exchange it. But
Yeah.
so no school, working at the mall, and all the mall did was give me yet another base to sell the dope to. Right?
So you're a good salesman. Like,
I was just working.
How would you know who to approach or who to talk to?
People would come to me, and I'd say, "Hey, how do you know about that?" Oh, well, one of my good friends from grade school would get mentioned. Oh, sure, okay, yeah, no problem.
So referral business.
It was just, yeah, exactly, and I knew everybody.
And you were never worried about undercover cops or any of that stuff?
Because I only dealt with the people I knew from grade school, junior high, and high school. I knew they weren't, and I know who used and who didn't. I know who joined the police force. I know who,
you just kept all this in your mind, or did you have it written down?
How does
did you have a black book?
No, never. How does a musician know every note of every song in sequence? You learn that over repetition. Yeah. And I knew everybody's phone number. I didn't have to enter Cliff's phone number. No, I knew I knew everybody's phone number.
Sounds like you were a smart kid, actually.
I was very. I had straight A's up until my junior year. Then my grades started slipping.
Yeah, it's just what you do with your intelligence.
So did that affect my intelligence? A lot of people say it did, but it was more a motivational thing. I focused more on my partying aspect instead of my education. And then my life took a different turn.
All right, so let's start getting that phase. So now you're 2 years out of high school. You still don't know what you're doing with life. You are everywhere you go, you're selling more and more.
I'm in my first apartment, and I met a friend of mine. I met a guy at the mall who also worked. He worked at Nordstrom's. I worked at the Emporium, and we were both. By then, I had moved to the shoe department, and he worked in the shoe department at Nordstrom's. And for some reason, we ran into each other at the mall during lunch a couple of times. And I remembered him. He used to be a customer at the drive-through window at the grocery store. So we started, hey, aren't you? Yeah. So we started talking, and we got to be really good friends. This guy was about 26 when I was 20. And so he got me into the bars, and he was a new base of business.
And this is all still primarily marijuana?
Well, that's what changed with him.
Okay, so let's get there.
This is when it all changed. And then he introduced me to cocaine. And I already had the networking. I already had the business, the people. I had all that down. And he introduced me to cocaine, so I started, same thing with pot. I did some lines one weekend.
Let's talk about that first experience with it. Did you ever pause to be like, no? Or you just like, this makes perfect sense? I
was so vested in my network. And, I had pulled it off from 16 to 22 without so much as a traffic ticket, questioning.
So it just seemed like a natural evolution.
It was, like they say pot might have been a gateway, but it wasn't the pot. It wasn't the drug that was the gateway so much as it was the business, the money. That's what I was all about. I started snorting cocaine, and I didn't really like it. I had asthma and hay fever in Eugene, which I do not have up here. The trees are different.
So I get fever now, hay fever.
Up here?
Yeah. So there's some.
But you lived here your whole life?
No. I moved out here in 2009.
Okay, from where?
I didn't experience it. I've lived all over.
Okay.
I didn't experience these symptoms until around COVID.
Yeah, it's the trees here that weren't where you've been. There's a lot of oak down in Eugene.
So if you go back to Eugene at this time, you would have that.
I get it really bad. But up here, there's no oak trees. They're all alder and poplar and whatever.
So there's some tree that I'm allergic to.
Yeah,
it hit me hard just starting a couple days ago. And now for the next month and a half, the only time I feel 100% is in the sauna.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I can't live in the sauna all day. So I feel good.
It's a nice thought, but
I feel good for 20 to 25 minutes out of the day. And then the rest, you're just...
Yeah, I know exactly what you're going through because it was like that. I'd be at an umpire baseball game, and I'd have tears coming down my eyes. I'd be scratching. Your face would just be all red. Strike. Like, how can you see, dude? It was
so
embarrassing.
It's like, man, I don't know how many more years I can put up with this. But
you find it right
because it didn't start until.
Don't they got a pill for it now? Claritin.
I try not to get into any of that kind of stuff, but it started somewhere around when 2020, because it's weird because I lived here for almost 10 years, no problem.
Wow.
Something happened in 2020.
I didn't even notice it when I moved up here. I just, after 2 or 3 years, it's like, hey, I don't get irritated all summer anymore. I didn't even think about it. It was just like, wow. I didn't even notice, because you don't notice if it doesn't happen.
All right, back to cocaine. So this guy introduces you to it. Does it seem like a natural evolution of life?
But like I said, it wasn't a drug thing, because I didn't really like it. I mean, I did it because I could, and I didn't like what it did to my nasal passages at all. Yeah. And I wasn't.
But the money was a lot more lucrative.
The money was way more lucrative.
So let's go use that marijuana example of 250. So you would buy it for 1,000.
Well, the coke back then, it was crazy because Eugene's a small market, so you had to go to Portland to get the good stuff. But he knew a guy. I think I got an ounce for, God, I think it was about $1,500 for an ounce. Nowadays around here, I think they're about $5. But back then, it was $500 for an ounce. So
$1,500
for an ounce.
That's at wholesale.
And I would sell $250 8 balls, and I'd get $2,000 out of $1,500. So I'd be up $500, and I could do an ounce a day. I could sell an ounce a day. So I was making a ton of money, and then all of a sudden you start snorting a bunch, and you have all these friends that suddenly love you because they want.
Do you think when you got into the cocaine business, you were also introducing other people to the?
Correct. Nah, I don't think I was introducing.
You were creating customers, or
they were coming to me because same thing with the pot. I never ran out. So people would always come to me. My buddy who was 26 that could get me into these bars, I actually quit drinking for about 2 years because I didn't want to get a DUI that had now popped up on the market. I was kind of a designated driver. But at 2 a.m. when the bars closed, I could go pick people up, sell them a bag, take them home. So I was creating work and driving.
These people that get into cocaine that aren't suppliers, why are they doing it?
The high. I mean, back in the early 80s, this was early 80s now, it was everywhere. I mean, it was everywhere. Miami Vice, Scarface, all those stories. You look at the movie Blow, they talk about stuff that happened, Gisela Blanco, Escobar, all that stuff. George Young, all that stuff was going on when this was happening,
So was your cocaine coming from South America?
Oh, yeah. It all came from it. They say on the West Coast it was Pablo Escobar, George Young, Carlos later. But a lot of it on the East Coast, it was Gisela Blanco through Miami. And, and they're 2 pipelines that brought it all up. You see all these documentaries and stories now that on these drug.
Yeah, they almost romanticize it.
Yeah, and it was a wild time because everybody was doing it. You could literally sit there at the bar and chop a line on the table at the nightclub and do a line, and nobody would care. It just kept it. The bartenders would get tipped bigger because you were high. You'd drink more, so you'd tip more, and you didn't care. It's like drinking in Vegas makes you gamble more.
Yeah,
you get it.
They want to give you
keeping your alcoholic customer up longer, makes them buy more, drink more. Yeah, Then they bring the girls in, and it's just a never-ending circle.
So how long did this cocaine thing go for? The initial.
What time is it? I'm kidding.
I'm talking about your part.
No. I mean, there's a joke on yesterday. I was doing it now. Long time. Okay. Too long.
So you did it in your 20s?
I did it in my 20s.
Did you have main jobs while you were doing all this, or did you eventually quit?
Yes, I was working at the store.
So you never stopped doing that?
I would go out and I would measure some lady's shoe with that little shoe thing. And then, you need those in a size 8? I would go to the back room. I would be in the back room of the shoe department. I'd pull out this shoe box that I had, and I'd put it over here, and I'd open it up, and I'd pull the mirror up and do a couple lines. I'd put it back, put it in the shelf where it was hidden, and I'd go get her shoes. I'd check myself in the mirror as I went out, and I'd go out and fit her shoe and sell her a pair. This went on for, 6 months maybe.
So 6 months
I was selling to everybody at the store.
So
everybody at the mall.
When people come into your store and be like, I want size 8. That was
No. This was a customer that bought a shoe at the store. I know. I was just getting high. But eventually, yes, that did happen. My friends would come in.
What was the code?
Be a handshake. There was no cameras back then.
Yes.
It was just a handshake. you know, or they'd come and they'd come in and they'd buy sometimes they come in and buy a $9.99 pair of shoes and sit and talk with me for a little bit. Then I'd sell them a $250 bag of blow, you know, and they'd leave and they'd be in the box, you know, and the handshake would give me the bills, and or they just drop it on the counter by the register.
Yeah, you can't do that today.
Yeah,
there's too many cameras.
Yeah, there's cameras everywhere now. You can't do that stuff.
So that lasted for 6 months?
That went on for about 6 months, and then things got really ugly.
So let's talk about the ugly. How did it get ugly? Why?
I went down to campus one day, to
College?
the University of Oregon dorm room. I was selling to one of my customers there, and he gets an 8-ball, and he goes, "Hey, have you ever smoked this?" And I was like, "No." And he showed me how to freebase, and gone. I never snorted another line after that. He showed me it's a chemical process, not like cooking rock or crack or whatever. It was a chemical way to redo it so it was back to pure. Back then, in the cocaine plantations, they mix it up and everything. They were basing it up with ether and sending it to America. So when you freebase it and you remix it a certain way with ether, it comes back 100% pure. No additives, no cut, no baby laxative, no BS, 100% pure cocaine. And you smoke that, and goodbye. That was the end.
When you say, what does that mean, goodbye?
Goodbye. Goodbye.
What does that mean?
Any of those people out there watching this that have ever smoked cocaine, they know exactly what it means. One thing I didn't like about pills ever, or cross tops, pink hearts, all that stuff, or snorting it takes a minute or two to get into your system, sometimes an hour, you know. But when you take a hit with smoking, just like a joint or a bong hit, when you take a hit, the smoke is instantaneous. It hits your lung capillaries or whatever they are, and it just gets into your bloodstream. And
right, but when you're saying goodbye, are you saying goodbye in a good way?
No.
Or goodbye
to the brain. Goodbye, the rush was just instantaneous. Your heart just boom, boom, you're boom, boom. And then all of a sudden it just pauses for about a half a second, maybe a second. And you just get this big rush in your head. And then your heart just starts pounding really heavy and really hard.
You
get this euphoric thing.
And you enjoyed that?
Oh, I enjoyed the shit out of it. I'm sorry. Oh, is this PG? It was devastating.
So goodbye was a good thing.
It was well.
That's what I'm trying to get to.
In the long run.
I know.
I loved the high. I loved the rush. I hated the high.
Yeah.
Because with the high, not then, not in the beginning. In the beginning, you're so naive and you're so innocent and you're so young and invincible and full of piss and testosterone. You're invincible, just like I was in high school. And in my early 20s, this made you just didn't care. We used to when I was working at the Emporium, we did some stupid shit when we were getting loaded. Me and my buddy, we would literally we would get on our bikes. We'd get on our bikes and we'd ride to the Eugene Country Club. And we would sit there at lunch in the lounge chairs and we would drink beer. We'd do a couple lines. And then we'd get on the bikes and we'd go to the Eugene Country Club where my dad was a member. And we would sit there and drink beer and get burgers on his tab, and he'd pay for it, and then we'd ride back to the store and go back to work. That's what we did at lunch sometimes in the summer. Mm-hmm. In the evenings, after the country club closed, midnight or something, after being up all night, we'd go get one of those same lounge chairs, and we'd throw a cooler on it, and we'd take it out in the middle of the golf course, and we'd sit there smoking freebase, putting in the middle of some hole in the middle of the golf course, drinking beer, smoking weed, and smoking cocaine on the Eugene Country Club golf course. And we'd be there till about 3:30, 4 in the morning, which is when the greenskeeper started to show up. And we'd get out of there before the greenskeeper showed up so that we didn't get in trouble.
Yeah.
And we did this numerous times.
So the first time you smoked cocaine, you enjoyed that experience?
I enjoyed it for probably 2 years. I loved it. Maybe 6 years.
So 6 years, you're not selling and smoking.
No, I was doing both.
Yeah.
It got out of control within about a year.
Yeah.
When I was 23, I had enough. So me and my buddy that I used to live with, we joined the Oregon Army National Guard and we quit.
Oh, so why'd you quit?
We quit doing the drugs and
Why?
the dealing because it was getting out of control.
Well, what does that mean, though?
We were getting high on the golf course in the middle of the
you
night.
had
We
some
were
awareness to be like,
we knew it was we were doing it constantly. We couldn't it was just out of control.
okay.
Just 24/7.
So somewhere in that, you had some clarity to be like,
yes, we're like, this is
but
not going to end well.
Did you think you were addicted to it?
Oh yeah, I was addicted to
So
it.
you knew you were addicted to it.
Yeah.
Did you know potentially that
I knew I was addicted to it when I first started doing it,
Right.
snorting it.
But did you know at some point if I continue this life, I could end up dead or in prison?
Yes.
Was that a thought when you were 23?
After? No, not really until I got out of it. Well, after I joined the National Guard.
Well, let's get back to the National Guard, but I'm talking about at 23.
Well, 23 is when I joined the National Guard,
Right.
and I was pretty much carefree until 23.
Okay.
Once I joined the Guard, then I had to answer to people. Mom had moved to Portland. Dad was across town.
Did your family know at this point that you were into this kind of stuff?
They had their suspicions. Things were not.
Or they prefer. I mean, they were dealing with divorce, so that was.
Well, yeah, but the family had split. My little brother had moved to Japan forever. And my older brother was on the East Coast, and my little sister was at her farm out in the woods, up in the valley, and Mom had moved to Portland, so I had the whole town to myself. My family wasn't there anymore. I ended up selling to all of their friends, former church members, some of my parents' friends. You meet their kids and like, well, hey, my parents do this. And then you run to their parents pretty soon,
But that's interesting. At 23, there's something inside of you that was like.
Once I joined the Guard, then I had to answer to the Guard.
Right.
So I had to keep myself in check again. So it was kind of a way of checks and balances, but it turned out not to be because once I was in the Guard, then I had a whole another level of customers to deal with. And a lot of these guys were shooting heroin and speedball.
Were they doing drug tests back then?
No.
So you tried to get away from it?
I did.
That
for
was
a while. I went to basic for 3 months. When I got back, I tried to stay away from it and I got sucked back in.
Do you think you got sucked back in because your body craved it or because
I got sucked back in for the money. And then once I wasn't making hardly any money. I quit working at the store. When I got back from basic, I was working at the store for a while, and then a couple of the guys I was selling to were working for a roofing company. So I quit working at the store, and I went to work for the roofing company. And then my level of customer base spread even further, and I couldn't help but get back into the business because I think I was then, and this is what's funny, when I was doing the baseball fields and umpiring, I was making a ton of money. Now I was tearing off roofs for $1.80 an hour, and paying rent,
Yeah, I was listening to, there's a guy I like listening to on YouTube, his channel's Soft Under White Belly. And he was he interviews people from Skid Row, people with absolute crazy stories, but then he'll have some like sane people on there. So he's interviewing this guy who worked undercover LAPD for 20 years. The only reason he did this interview because he's like, I'm getting out in December. You can't release this till January because if my face gets out, like I'm done. But he asked them a question and he was like, working undercover, do you think these criminals will ever stop being criminals? And he's like, no, because of the money.
Yeah.
Like you said,
too easy.
When you're making money like that, why in the world would you go work a job where you have to work 10 hours, 8 hours, making nothing when you could go sell a product, work for 10 minutes, and make what you made working hard labor in a week, you could make in 5 seconds?
Well, here's why I did it in Eugene. Small town, college town. Everybody knows everybody. The guy across the street from my house that I grew up in, he was a Eugene Police Department. Car was sitting there across the street all the time. We couldn't have a party at my house when the car was there. Or sometimes he'd come home in the middle of a party and we had to shut it down, because he'd come over and say, John, you can't get it. So he just shut us down. He never arrested us or did anything, but he just said, hey, I can't. He lived across the street with his parents, but he'd be out for 3 or 4 days and he'd come over there for a day or two. And that, as it turns out, that was actually my brother's best friend's brother.
So how long were you in the National Guard?
6 years.
And they never kicked you out for your drugs?
No.
Interesting.
Not really. There was some problems in the end, but I got I got an honorable discharge. When I
What was
joined,
your experience like in the National Guard?
it was crazy. That's a whole nother aspect. I went to basic at Fort Benning, Georgia. I was right next to Airborne Rangers and Green Berets. My drill sergeant his wife was 6 to 9 months pregnant at the time, so he had no desire to go home. He wanted to stay there and dog the crap out of us. Right after his child was born, he was going to go Airborne Ranger, so he was trying to get in shape. He was trying to dog the crap out of us. It was just.
You think you were hazed? Did you think you crossed the line?
No. I didn't get hazed. I actually, yeah, it was.
So it sounds like he gave you extra attention.
He did. Well, if your wife's 6 to 9 months pregnant, who wants to go home, right? Especially if you're in the military.
Yeah, so he gave you guys extra attention, but he didn't cross the line.
No. It was just bad timing on our part. It was his last class of being a drill sergeant, so he wanted to get in shape before he moved up his career. Yeah. And I think a year or so later, he won Ranger of the Year. I saw it on TV. They were talking about the Ranger of the Year contest, and there was Sergeant. His name was there, and he won it. I could tell it was the same guy. So
yeah,
he was a good soldier.
So National Guard, for the listener, it's usually one time a month on a weekend.
Yeah. 3 months of basic training at Fort Benning, Georgia. After that, it's 1 weekend a month and 2 weeks every summer.
Mm-hmm.
And that was in '83. In '85, our 2-week summer thing, we went down to Coronado, California, in San Diego. That was the day the space shuttle blew up. And I got promoted that day from specialist to corporal, so I could sing cadence for the whole battalion. Another time history intersected with my life. I went through, I got promoted that day, so I could sing cadence, because you have to have a non-commissioned officer, which is a corporal or a sergeant. A specialist is not a non-commissioned officer. He's just a glorified PFC.
E4,
Yeah. So I got promoted, and then I sang. When the space shuttle blew up, we were on the Navy SEALs obstacle course in Coronado, California, and they stopped training for the day. And at that time, I had the best time. We had ran through the obstacle course twice, and I had the best record by about 2 seconds on the obstacle course of the whole battalion. And they were getting ready to run us through a third time, and the space shuttle blew up. They canceled training, and we all had to march back before our transport got there. So we had to march like 3 miles back to the barracks. Where we were staying at the Naval Amphibious Assault.
So, would you say your time in the National Guard was enjoyable? Did you get stuff out of it?
It was good.
Did you learn some
Problem
discipline?
was, it opened me up to a whole another group. But a lot of these guys, they were into meth, and they were shooting it. They were speedballing and injecting.
Did you ever get into meth?
No, I never liked meth at all. It wasn't my thing.
You tried
I tried it a few times, but it just wasn't my thing. I did not. The same thing with the snorting and the smoking. I never smoked it. I smoked it up once I moved up here, but I didn't like it at all. So I started dealing big time with all the Guard people and whatnot. And everybody, when I do veterans things now, they say, thank you for your service. And I say, don't thank me. All I did was run around the woods of Oregon, and I had tequila in my canteen and joints in my ammo pack, and it was just a big party.
You're not the poster child for military veteran.
No, but then at the end of the weekend, at the end of the drill, you get your check, and we go to the bar, and I'd have my supplier meet them, stock up, and I'd get everybody's money, or especially the 2-week drill. And the money was back to the money thing. In Eugene, the town was so small that if you were driving around a really nice car, you had to have a job to prove it. How are you affording this, right? Because the economy sucked. The spotted owl had hit. The town was rolling up. Everybody with half a brain was leaving town. It was shutting down big time. And I went to do this dope deal with this guy, and to hook up. And I go in there, and the cop that lived across the street from me, he had now moved up to undercover narc. And he was in the dope house. So I go in there, and I just coming in, I was about 20 people there, and I saw him down the hallway. So I left, and I go to a phone booth, back in the day when those existed, and I called the house, at the dope house, and I said, hey, that tall guy with the bushy mustache, with the Magnum mustache? That guy's a cop. Don't do anything with him. And then I had to go get my dope somewhere else. But that's how small the town was.
Yeah. So, This is before cell phones and communication. How are you setting up for people to buy stuff from you?
I stopped working at the mall. Well, everybody knew where to find me, right? And then, so I, instead of having business in my apartment, which was you get in trouble for, I started working at a roofing company, right? So I get a job at the roofing company, and there was 4 or 5 other people there that, I met a new marijuana guy who had a bigger grow situation. There was a meth guy there, and there was a coke guy there, and there was even a mushroom guy there.
Did you guys actually install roofs?
Yeah, we did. Back then, we'd maintain our addictions, and we get the work done, and then after work, game on. But literally what we did is we'd say, okay, we're going to 2512 Main Street. We'll be there all day tomorrow.
This is an all-cash business, so
correct. And these were 4 different people. So
were you trying to launder through the business, or
there was no laundering going on? We were breaking even with our habits, so no money was being made. We had some toys and we had some fun and we partied all the time. But we could literally say, okay, we're going to be at 2512 Main Street, and then that day the dump truck would show up and the roofing supply truck would show up and the boss would come and go. And the bosses were all buying from the guys they hired because they wanted to know where they could get their supply from. So, and all the customers would show up all day. So we'd go into the backyard.
How would they know to go there?
You'd tell them, you say, look, I'll be.
But you had so many customers at this point.
You'd have an answering machine. Say, I'm not going to be home all day. I'm working on a job at 2512 Main Street. So I'll be there till 5 o'clock and then I'll be home. And then everybody would just go there and find you. You would take all your supply with you, and then you go down and you'd grab a sack lunch. You have these paper sacks like lunches or whatnot, so it looked like you're giving somebody a sack lunch or a pair of gloves with the shit in it or something, so it looked work related. And there'd be 25 strangers that show up at this house one day, and then the next day we go to another roof and we go to a different address. So the traffic was always on the job, not at your house. And it worked pretty well for years.
The customers got to be like, why are all these weirdos showing up? Are they not home?
They're asking about another job, or they live down the street. They want me to give them a bid, or they're picking up some tools for me, or they're from the other job and they needed something I had in my truck. Yeah. A million excuses. And half the time you get all this noise and everything with the roof coming off and getting back on. They just quit looking and paying attention. It's not like Mrs. Kravitz staring out the window. You got a million ants on the molehill. You don't care what 5 of them are doing. All
right, so
crazy life.
You're using this roofing business
as a front, and a customer, because the guy that ran the company would, back then roofing was like hot tar. I ran this crew, and you'd sell a 1-ply, you sell a 4-ply roof, and you'd give them 1-ply, which means basically you had all this leftover material, all this leftover labor.
So would you say that was common?
It was common back then with the hot tar roofing. Very, very.
Customers are getting ripped off.
Very much so. Especially by the ones that are trying to support their dope habit, right? So yeah, this is the world I grew up in. This is how it progressed.
So I'm a property manager.
You are?
Yeah. Oh. I deal.
You need a roof done? I got a car. No, I'm kidding.
I don't know.
I'm kidding.
And so I have to help owners solve problems with their property, maintenance problems. And so I'll send a roofer out there, and they're like, yeah, whoever did the initial install didn't do it correctly.
Right.
As a customer, you wouldn't know. I'm not a roofer.
Right. And who's going to get up on their roof to look?
Right.
You know how many times I did a line or took a puff behind the chimney? You're down there on your hands and knees and you're working away, and you just bend down like it looks like you're roofing. And then you just sit up.
And so I feel bad for these owners because they're just like, why is my roof leaking? And it's like,
yeah.
And the roofer's like, oh, he didn't even do this correct. Right. Oh, this thing around the chimney. And so then it's like, well, when he bought the house, shouldn't that inspector have known?
Correct. It's the inspector's fault.
And so then it's like, I tell someone, so I like Cliff, because it's like, I told Cliff,
Cliff does good work.
You would be a great inspector because a couple of different reasons. A, you have integrity, but B, you've been a builder. So you know how things are supposed to work. When I see an inspector that's 23 years old, it's like,
yeah,
what do you, sure, you went and took this test, but what do you actually know about homes? And
it's like, why are you interviewing people over 60? Because they don't have the experiences as the 23-year-old guy, right?
Yeah.
Same thing.
So I think Cliff would be a great one. It's just, it's barrier to entry. It's like, it's not even worth it for him.
Right. You got to have real life experience.
Yeah. So anyone who's been, you ripped off a lot of people, but
I did. At that point, I was working for somebody.
He was doing the ripping off.
Work. He was doing the ripping off. I was getting paid.
Hey, if your roof is built in the 80s, just know that.
Well, now in Eugene, maybe, but back then, and that. And
Do you think that's still a problem today?
Not so much. Once again, because of the cameras, because of the social media, the computers, the checks and
But if
balances.
you're installing roofs like that, they're going to leak sooner than later.
The hot tar was rampant with fraud. That was one reason it went away. Because
so they don't do that anymore.
Yeah, they don't do that. They, believe it or not, they used to do hot tar roofs, and then you'd coat it with hot tar, and they'd sprinkle gravel on it. You know how hard it is to find a leaky roof with gravel sprinkled on it? You walk on it, and you cause more leaks trying to find the leak than you fix by a mile.
Yeah.
It was crazy. And the same thing happens now. That it's a minimum call out. You need, back then it was like $100 for a minimum call. We literally go around on leaky days, me and my boss, and he would buy my Coke from me, and I would drive around chopping lines up for us in between each job. He would buy mine and share it with me. And then he'd go in and talk to the customer, and I'd set the ladder up, and we go up on the roof, and I'd sweep the water away, and he'd patch this dry spot, and I saw what was wrong and how it was done, and then he'd bill him like $250, and we'd leave. And we'd go do 8-10 of those a day sometimes. And I'd work 8 hours. And
did you ever get to a point where you would like put leaks in people's roofs?
No.
So you didn't get that?
No. He'd give me a set price. He'd give me $100 for the day. And the company he was working for some other company, so he was ripping off. He'd get side work from them all the time and screw his boss, who was actually my boss also. But then he'd say, "Okay, we'd work 6 hours, and then we'd go to the bar, and he'd say, take 8 hours today, and sell me another bag." Then we go snort that in his truck. He did this so I was just making money left and right.
So this is all in your 20s?
This was in my later 20s, yes.
Later 20s.
Yes. And then once again, things got out of control.
So I
started smoking too much. I lost an apartment
Smoking
here.
Cocaine, marijuana, or
cocaine.
Did you also do cigarettes? Was that a thing?
No, never smoked cigarettes.
You didn't care about
that? When we were driving down the road, mom and dad were mixing drinks. They were also chain smoking everything. Car was just a rolling smoke. I couldn't stand cigarette smoke. I couldn't. Grandma and grandpa's house. Yeah, it's like a Johnny Carson monologue. It was just everywhere. I could not stand cigarette smoke.
Yeah.
Even when I got the job at the grocery store, I tried smoking just because everybody else was, and I just couldn't do it. I didn't like it.
I think at least at this point in society, we know smoking cigarettes isn't good for you.
At least marijuana or cocaine gets me high. Cigarettes, I guess some people like the nicotine high. I didn't. Same thing with the meth.
Very minimal effects.
I don't like the meth high, so I never continued with it. But yeah, I tried a little bit.
So cigarettes was never a vice for you?
Not at all. And I could only imagine how messed up I would be if it was one of my vices, because with my obsessive compulsive addictive behavior, I'd probably be a George Harrison 4-pack a day type of smoker if I was.
So this is a slight side tangent.
Okay.
Have you had your health recently looked at, and what do they say? What do they say about your health?
We'll get there.
Based off of
it's coming. Trust me, it's coming like a steamroller, like a locomotive downhill that can't be stopped. We'll get there.
So late 20s, you're roofing.
Late 20s, it's all falling apart. The money's all gone. It's not as lucrative. Everybody's getting paranoid. Since once after the military, I had a bunch of people in there that I had more customers, but I also had senior officers and senior members that I had to answer to. So I had to watch out once again to get in trouble. Certain customers and home, we'd go be partying at some house, and the dude show up and be like, "John, oh hey, aren't you blah 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 son? Weren't you at that church? I know your parents." And it's like, "Oh no, word's gonna get back to mom and dad that I'm partying now." And they're like, "Oh, don't worry about it." And then they'd light up or something. These are old church friends that were in the thing, but I didn't know it at the time, But you find out 10 years later when you're in the real world what they were really into. And so
the 80s, for the listener, it's an interesting time for the military because Vietnam's over. The next major war was in the 90s. So 80s, there wasn't really much going on in the military. So if you joined the military in that time frame, boredom, I guess.
Yeah, it was, and that's why the abuse. I used to take these classes. You take these classes like on some demolition. And then when your unit would go do demolition training, I got to be part of the teachers instead of part of the herd. I get to go early.
What was your MOS?
I was 11 Bravo infantry.
But you were able to do specialty
Well,
training?
yeah, I'd take these classes. I'd sign up because I would make $1.80 an hour for 40 hours a week, or 2 weeks would get me what, $400?
Yeah.
Okay, I'd get like $980 to go on a 2-week class. I'd fly somewhere. I'd take the class. I'd have the weekend off, and I'd take a class Monday through Friday. Then I'd have the weekend off, another class Monday through Friday, and fly home. And then I got to be part of the training group that went on the weekend thing. So I was with the upper echelon of people. I wasn't herded around in the cattle cars or in the back of the deuce and a half like my other guys. I got to kind of be in charge, and you get a little more freedom. You don't have to march. You drive on your own instead of marching with everybody and stuff. A little more freedom. A lot.
Yeah. So this is all still in your 20s. So you say things start falling off the wheels in your late 20s.
Yeah. My addiction took over.
Okay.
Started getting in trouble, losing the jobs. I didn't get as much roofing because I wasn't as reliable. I quit showing up on time. I wasn't accountable. Things started falling apart, and I basically quit working and concentrated on dealing to afford my habit.
But it sounds like you're not making that much money doing this.
No, I was barely
I think
surviving.
In the movies, they romanticize it like, oh, you're going to make all this money.
Well, I did at first, and that's the way they always start. Casino, everything's going great until it goes to shit, and then everybody gets killed and dies. I mean, that's the way it was. It wasn't that drastic for me, but things fell apart. The wheels came off, and everything turned to shit. So what did I, just like when I joined the military, I stopped, and I left Eugene, and I moved to Seattle in 1988.
And this is your late 20s?
I was 28 years old.
28. And then, so you moved to Seattle to get off?
62, 28. No, I was 26.
Do you do this to get away from the drugs?
Yes. It's called a geographical.
Okay.
You move up here, start fresh.
So you have no networks, no connections.
No.
Why
I moved up here. I lived with my mom and her husband for 1 month, and then I got my own apartment.
So you moved over to her because she was here. So you're like, hey.
And she said construction was booming. I was roofing. I was doing piecework. So down there, I was getting paid $5 a square. A square is 10 foot by 10 foot, square foot. 1 square. I was getting $5 to nail that on. I was a real good shingler. I was nailing shingles on all the time. That
was before they had the.
No, I had the gun. Gun, and I was really fast at it.
When did that gun come out?
I don't know. Right when I started roofing. Right.
So before that, it was.
Yeah, a lot of the guys would sit there and go, by the time you set up your gun compressor and hose, I'll have a square on. Fine. Then I would plug my gun in and get 5 squares on and be ahead of them.
Yeah.
So, and so you nail on 8 squares a day, $5 a square, $40 a day. That's better than $1.80 an hour by a mile. I doubled my income. So I'm nailing shingles away and everything. When I move up here, my rent might have doubled, but my income went up like 4-fold. What I was getting paid $5 a square to do in Eugene, I got paid $20. Plus, they paid me for skylights, chimneys, dormers, that kind of stuff. The extras they paid.
Did you enjoy the work itself?
I did. I enjoyed being outside. I don't think I could handle being in an office, military. I didn't like the retail thing when I was working in the store. That's why I went to the country club at lunch, and I'd be out of the store as often as I could. I'm not a 8 to 5 ultraviolet light guy. It's not me.
Yeah. So move up here for a fresh start.
Fresh start. I moved up here with one of my old girlfriends from that I'd been together with off and on, who was into the drug scene with me, and we moved up here to get a fresh start. I started roofing for some company. She was an administrative assistant. She got a job with some medical company, and things were going great. Got our own apartment. We were living on the lake down in Lake Sammamish in Redmond. It was money left and right. Got jobs, vehicle, everything was made a 180-degree turnaround, and life was going great.
So how long did that phase last for?
About 6 months.
6 months.
Yeah.
So what happened at the 6 month
mark? At the 6 month point, I'm doing a job in Kirkland by Totem Lake and some new apartment condos or whatever they were going to be. And I go downstairs. I drop something through a skylight. I can't remember what it was. It was quiet, whatever it was, a wrapper, a piece of paper that had an address on it that I needed or something. So before I got lost, I climbed down the ladder. I go up in, and I go up into this room, and there's two dudes doing lines in the closet that were working on the drywall inside or framing. I can't remember what they were doing, but I could see they were doing lines, and I'm like, "Oh God, what are you guys doing? Yeah, try it." So no, I don't like this. I don't. Oh, okay. Well, too bad. We got a killer connection. I was like, really?
Oh,
Well, what are you getting for it? I was used to Eugene prices. Now, Eugene's on the outskirts of the hub. The hub is Yakima. Yakima serves Montana, Idaho, Denver.
are they using because I know there's a lot of trucks that go through Yakima. Or how are they
No, that's the
moving
hub. The
product?
cartel brings everything up to Yakima, and from Yakima, it goes
think it's still
everywhere
like
in the
that?
Northwest. Pardon?
It's still like that, you think?
Still like that. The guys I was getting my shit from in Eugene got their shit from Yakima.
And they're
The guys
using,
in Seattle, I haven't got there yet, but
they're using the trucks for all that.
well, it's the Latino community, which is cartel familiarity with all the migrant farm workers in Yakima due to all the agriculture over there, the wine, the apples, all that. So they blend in. It's easier, it's easier not to get spotted there because you're one of, the Latino population over there is huge.
Yeah.
So,
Was there something in your mind telling you don't do it at that point?
I had been sober for a while. Things were up. I thought, you know what? I can control it now. I can just have a little taste. Let's just have a little weekend and have some fun. So the price that they got it for was just crazy low compared to what I was used to in Eugene. Because Eugene, it's like, getting
There's
something in
markup,
Hawaii as
yeah.
opposed to getting something in
Yeah.
Los Angeles, right? It's way cheap. It's way more expensive. So I was used to the little market and all the markup that came with it. In Seattle, it was way cheaper. So I'm like, I'm making 4 to 5 times the money. I got unlimited work. I've been working like weekends, and I probably worked 3-4 months straight, not a day off.
Mm-hmm.
I might have taken a Sunday off once in a while to go relax, but I was just, I said, let's take next weekend off. And so we lined it all up and went and got it on Friday, and we were loaded all weekend. And then
This is with your girlfriend too, right?
Oh yeah, she was using right along with me. It's not like
But she wanted a fresh start as well.
Yeah, but I told her what happened, and then we talked about it, and then I told them to get me some on Friday, and because I was on this project for like a month. It was a huge place, and those guys were there too, so they said they'd get it for me. Like, okay, I'll get you the money Friday, and you can meet us, where we score, and you can do whatever you want all weekend. Well, I knew where they were going to be. Their truck was there. Their tools were there. I knew they were going to be back. They'd been there every week for 2 or 3 weeks. So I knew they weren't going to run off on me. So I basically gave them the money, and they told me where to meet them, and I went and met them, and then we got loaded all weekend. And then we talked about stuff, and then we talked about this and that, and next thing you know, I think we waited 2 weeks, and then we did it again, and then after that, it was every weekend, and then it took about a month or two of that before it was in the house all the time, and things started to get ugly again. And it got real ugly, and we ended up moving from that apartment. We moved from out of that place down in Redmond. We moved up to Everett, and I've been in Everett ever since. We moved up here.
Did you have a kid somewhere at that time?
No,
Okay.
no, I'm still single, childless, and so we moved up to Everett, and we started doing. Once we moved up to Everett, it got way out of control because there's a lot. It was easier to get from Redmond. We had to come to Everett or Federal Way or whatever it was to get it. Because Redmond wasn't that big.
And you still haven't been worried about police yet? They haven't.
Not yet.
They
I
haven't
didn't have
affected
anything to
your
lose.
business.
I didn't have any family around. I was worried about some people because now when you're young, you don't care. You're invincible. But when you have something to lose, a family, a job, a house, then you got consequences. Then the paranoia starts to sink in, and that it started to sink in the National Guard, and it got really bad. It wasn't as fun. I liked the rush. I didn't like the high because the high was strenuous. It was, paranoia. You're just whacked out. It wasn't enjoyable. The thing with cocaine is when you're on a binge like that, the first day you're really, really scared. But after the second day, you calm down. And the second day, third day, fourth day, you're more mellow and it's enjoyable. But that first night, it's not as fun. Mm-hmm. But you endure that to get to the enjoyable part if you like the high, and that's what I did. So we're slowly started using up again and whatnot. And then,
So let me pause you for a second. Was there anyone ever in your life that said, "Stop doing this, don't do this"?
yes,
And what was your thought process?
she's coming. She's right around the corner.
Okay.
So this girl that I was with, she said, "Screw this! I can't handle this. I'm going back home." So she went back to Eugene, and I was on my own. And just coincidentally, that happened. That weekend, I met this other girl, and she knew something was up, and I asked her about it, and she said, "Oh, I don't want anything to do with that." So I stopped. Done.
So you were interested in this girl.
I was interested.
She
in
had
the
enough
girl.
peer pressure over you to be like.
It wasn't peer pressure. I needed to change. I knew I needed
Yeah.
to change. I wanted to change. I kind of slipped for about 6 months, maybe 8. Things got out of control again real quick. I recognized what was coming. I had lived through it 2 or 3 times before. Done. So I stopped. I stopped, and
So from what I'm told is you don't have the same withdrawals with cocaine as you do
No.
with like heroin and stuff like that.
No,
So you can go cold turkey.
but I did have withdrawal. I had been doing it often. When I moved up here from Eugene, I got migraines really, really bad. It's so bad my eyes would just drip. The pressure in my skull forced
you
the
can't
moisture
get-
out of my eyes.
I learned this. So I like learning about health and stuff. And I was listening to this one guy talk about alcohol, and he says if you drink enough alcohol, your body will eventually use that as a source of fuel. Because you're like, well, how is that possible? Because your body's not meant to use alcohol as a source of energy or fuel. But if you do it enough, your body will then rely on that, and that's how people become functional alcoholics. Because their body gets it so much that now it's like, hey, that's the source of fuel we want, even though it's a lower quality source of fuel. And that was really interesting to learn because it's like, generally you would be like, how is that even a thing? It's like you can, over time, if you give your body enough stimulus of something, it will then find a perverted version for that. And that's what alcohol can do to people. It's your body's like, because some people are like, I can't function without it. Well, it's because they've taught their body to be like, well, no, we want that source of fuel.
The body craves what it gets.
Yeah.
So whatever you give it, it will crave more.
Because it's like, so all these vices that most people have, I don't have them. I don't have alcohol problem. I don't
Congratulations, you're the luckiest man on earth.
I don't say that to be proud. It's just like,
You should be, because you're a minority of epic. You're probably 0.0001% of the population.
And I was just fortunate enough when I was in high school, I was an athlete. And I didn't even drink Coke because I was like, I want to perform at a high level. And I know that if I do, because I guess in high school I had friends that smoked cigarettes. I was like, A, I think it doesn't smell good. But B, that's going to affect my performance.
Right.
So that was just never a thing for me. I've never been into cigarettes, never been into alcohol, I've never done drugs. I don't never even smoked a cigarette. I've tasted alcohol just because, not out of peer pressure. I was in the military, and my buddy was like, he never would have gotten me, like, I did it because I wanted to be like, what is so amazing about this taste? Because again, I don't even drink Coca-Cola, right? Because you're not going to convince me to do something I don't enjoy.
But you can get addicted to Coca-Cola. When I was working at the grocery store, they had fountain on tap.
Yeah.
And I would do that. But what I would do, I would get wired on the caffeine because I was 18 years old at the time. And then after a while, like as the evening wore on, I quit drinking that because it kept me up all night. And I would stock the shelves, and I had an open beer in the cooler that I would drink out of.
So I have yet to find again, I don't drink alcohol, but like I may take a sip of someone's and be like, this literally tastes.
You're a normie.
It literally tastes like garbage.
Right.
Why does anyone? To me, I can't fathom why someone would drink alcohol because it doesn't even taste good.
That's how I feel about coffee. I can't stand coffee. I don't know why anybody drinks it. The caffeine is minimal compared to what I'm used to. So it's not effective.
It's absolutely
I go to the dentist, I have to get 2 shots of Novocaine because my tolerance level is so high.
I forget why we got into this tangent, but addiction. So coming off, when you went cold turkey, it did have an effect.
Yes.
Your desire for her was stronger than your desire to go back for a period of time.
No, it was a combination of 3 things. One, I had quit work. I was working for somebody, making all that money, And
This is the roofing still, right?
and I was getting out of control, and I was going to lose that job. I knew I was going to lose that job. The girl, I knew something was up. You know when something's wrong, something was off. So that job went away. She went away, and I moved up here all at the same time and met the new girl and got a new job all within a week.
Mm-hmm.
Those 5 things happened, all behind the fact that I knew I needed to do something different. So it was
Is
just
this early 30s yet?
Angel.
Still
I was 28.
28.
So I
this
was
new
30
girl,
years old.
She's not
No,
about
28. So 28, 1990.
The new girl's not about that life.
1989.
New girl's not about that life, but she is interested in you.
She's a big drinker and a big pot smoker. That I could handle, but no drugs.
Okay.
So, okay. So when I was on cocaine, alcohol didn't really affect me. I didn't drink. A lot of people drink to come down, but if you constantly are using, you never want to come down. You never do come down.
Mm-hmm.
The cocaine is so prevalent in the system. The alcohol doesn't really do much anyway.
Yeah.
Because you're so high on something above alcohol, you can't.
So maybe we'll get to this later, but I'm curious. Is there something to a guy that's never done any of that stuff? Is there something that you can be like, cocaine is like this? That I could somewhat relate to, be like, not relate, but somehow is it like?
It's a physical high. You know what I mean? And if you've never gotten high, I can compare it to other things.
Like
but
what?
Unless it's just a really warm fuzz. Have you ever got a pain pill in the hospital after surgery? Have you ever gotten the anesthesiologist? You ever had surgery?
Yeah.
You know that 5 seconds right before you just count backwards from 99, about 96 or 95 before you go to sleep.
Yeah.
That feeling? That's what it's like. You're
And
just
then
like, hey, this is pretty good. Boom, and you're out.
And that feeling can last for a long period of time.
You can have that 3 seconds of euphoria between the mask and the going to sleep. That just goes on, and you're just kind of going around, just a big smile on your face.
And that feeling.
Same thing with the alcohol. You just start telling jokes. Everything's funny. You just have a good time. That's the way it is for a lot of people. They have a few beers and they watch the game and yay and everything. And Bob says something funny and everybody laughs and you just have a good time. And that's the way it is for normal people. People like me, I take it to extremes. I go too far. I'm OCD, I guess.
Let's talk about your life, and now you moved to Everett.
So I moved to I'm with this new girl, and things are going good. Got a new job at a new company. I'm making tons of money. She is an assistant manager of Alfie's Pizza in North Everett. They're on Broadway. Mm-hmm. It's no longer in business. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. We saw. Yeah, I'm gonna check something. My parents-in-law used to go there.
We're running out of battery?
No, I just want to make sure. I always double check.
Okay. We need to make this a 2-parter?
No, it's good.
This is actually this is halfway through my life because I'm 60. That's 30. So
no, let's continue.
Keep going?
Yeah.
You got all afternoon?
Yeah.
You got a power cord?
No, that can last at least 6 hours. So
wow. Okay.
So you're in Everett now.
I'm in Everett now. Yeah. This girl, we start doing our thing. She works at Alfie's Pizza. I work for this company for a little bit, and I was making good money. And one of the guys that used to work there had started his own company. Some of the guys there had me we were doing side work for this other guy, and this other guy hired me away. He said, get some guys together. I'll get you a crew. We'll get a crew. You can start doing all my jobs for me. So now I'm running a crew again. I used to run a crew in Eugene for peanuts. Now I get a roof up here. He's like, okay, you tear this roof off. You put this roof on. I'll give you $2,000. And if it takes you a day and you do it yourself, you make $2,000 a day. Mm-hmm. If I got 3 guys that make $100 a day and it takes me 2 days, then they make $600. I make 14. Whatever's left over, however hard I work, whatever's left over, I get. So I started doing this, and I'd do a couple houses a week, 2, 3, sometimes one, but it was $5,000 roof. And I'd get a crew together, and this is what we do. We go do a roof, and at the end of the day, we go to Alfie's Pizza where we get free beer and free pizza, and we'd hang out there. And then I'd go, and that was it. And I ended up, eventually I ended up getting an apartment right across the street here at Fulton's Crossing with this girl. She moved in with me. Everything was going great.
Was she your age as well?
She was 4 years younger than me. I was 30. She was 26. I knew right away she was a big drinker. She loved to drink. We go drinking and dancing, but we were making good money.
Do you think she was running from something? We were drowning?
No, she was going through what I went through when I was in my early 20s. She was just out there having fun, enjoying life. No consequences, not a care in the world.
So not everyone who's an alcoholic is necessarily running from something.
She had alcoholism in her family.
Yeah.
Deep. I came to find out later. Her dad, her uncle, her grandpa died of liver failure. Her dad died of liver failure. Just genetics. It was in her blood. Her brother, I run into her brother all the time at AA, occasionally here and there. So her and I are getting along. Everything's great. We're living in this Fulton's Crossing right across the street here by the APM.
Still there?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
It's still there.
Yeah. I drove over there about 2 weeks ago, and I, just out of memory, I went around the parking lot, just what was familiar.
Has it been remodeled since then? Or
No,
still
it's been re-roofed. It pissed me off because, anyway, but I literally went over to the old, I literally pulled right in. I go, that's it. I think it's 304 Building F. So.
And it hasn't been remodeled?
No. Same, 30 years now. It's been it was brand new when I moved in there with her. So, and everything's going great. And we say, let's take a vacation. So we went to Disneyland. I had a crew. I had lots of money. She got a week's vacation, and I had a pickup truck, had a motorcycle, and I put the motorcycle in the back of my pickup truck, and we took off for Disneyland for a week on Saturday morning. And we got as far as Roseburg, Oregon, and the engine blew in my truck. And the only reason I'm going in, I don't know if you want to delete this or not later, but the only reason I tell this is because this was a pivotal vacation in my life. Unbelievable pivotal vacation. So I tell her, look, we got two options. We turn around and go home on the motorcycle. I'll come get the truck next week, cancel the vacation, let's go home. She's like, no, we're going to Disney. Let's go to Disneyland. So I'm going to take the train down there, rent a car, or we can put everything in a couple duffel bags and ship it down to Anaheim on Greyhound, and we'll pick it up when it gets there. We'll take whatever we can on the motorcycle, and off we go. It was March. So we said, what the hell? So we got the truck into the repair shop. We got a hotel for the night, and we put the truck in the shop. We took the bag to the Greyhound. We had a duffel bag strapped to the back of the motorcycle, and off we went. We made it as far as Redding, California, and we got a hotel for the night. We got up the next morning. This whole time we're on a motorcycle with a 1.5 gallon tank, Yamaha Virago 750, shaft driven. And we didn't know where we were going, I-5 south, but we didn't know where the gas stations were because we didn't have GPS, a smartphone, map, So we literally stopped about every 40, 50 miles, wherever there was a gas station, and filled up. And one thing we should have done was strapped a gas can on the back, but we didn't. We never ran out of gas, so it didn't matter. So we're stopping all the time. We smoke a doobie and we get on the road. We were just getting baked all the way down the free. We get to Redding, spend the night. Next morning, we get up and head south. And we were all bundled up like the Michelin Man, coats. It was chilly, 7 in the morning, March. It's like it was 40 degrees or whatever, going 65 miles an hour on a motorcycle. By the end of the day, we were going through Bakersfield. It was 108 degrees. I'm wearing nylon shorts and a pair of sunglasses and my flip-flops. She's in a bikini top, pair of shorts, and a pair of sunglasses. That was it. The back of the back of the motorcycle had shit tied all over it, you know. And we got to Anaheim and we were there for a week. And on the way home, we come through Roseburg and the truck was not ready yet. We had to come back and get it Tuesday, 3 days from then. So we head home from Roseburg and it just starts pissing ass rain. We are getting dumped on. This was when Portland was playing Chicago for the NBA championship. We had stopped and made some calls in Roseburg for a hotel in Portland. Everybody's full. So we say, screw it. We're just going to get through and get through Portland and spend the night somewhere. As we're getting up in Eugene, it just starts raining. We're getting rained on and pelted, and it was just the first rain we'd had in a week. So we say, screw it. We pull over, and I call my buddy who was not my first pot grower, but my second pot growing buddy. I called him my partner. That was his code name. So I said, hey, partner, we're coming through town, freezing rain, motorcycle. Can we stop and get some dry clothes or something and say hi? He goes, yeah, sure, come on over. So I go over to his place, and we're stripped down. He's got our clothes in the dryer. We're wearing his bathrobes. Him and his wife are there. We're talking and whatnot. He goes, hey, you guys got any weed up in Everett? I go, no, town's pretty dry. We got an ounce to take on our trip so we could smoke, but town's pretty dry. He goes, can you sell some? I go, yeah, I could sell some. And he opened up 4 freezers, like the ones in there, and they were all full of pot. Every one of them. Was
he growing them?
He had a barn the size of, I don't know, the Tulalip Casino. It was just huge.
And how old is this individual? He's in his
my age. I roofed with him. He was one of the roofing, my partner. Remember I said there was 4 guys in the roofing crew that all worked? He was the pot growing guy.
Yeah.
So he became my new pot connection. So I stopped and talked with him, and he said, yeah, you can have it all if you can sell it for $2.50 a quarter. I'll sell it to you for $2.50 a quarter pound if you can sell it. And I think by then it might have been $3 or something, a little bit more. And I said, yeah, but I don't have any money. I got like $200 cash on me to get home. No credit cards. I'm off the grid at this point, right? I said, I only got $200 left on me to get home, and we got to stop and spend the night somewhere. He goes, don't worry about it. You keep your money, get home. I said, when I get home, I got a check waiting for me. And, but I can get rid of this in no time. And he says, okay, I'll tell you what. He gives me a quarter pound. He says, if you can get rid of this, I will sell all of this for you. He literally had like probably 30 pounds there.
Do you not have other people at this point selling?
He wanted to get $300 a pound or $300 a quarter ounce for it, whatever it was. I think it was $1,000 a pound. He wanted $1,000 a pound. That's what he had figured when he grew it, divvied it up with his dad, who was his partner, and his grandpa, whose property he was growing on and whatnot. It was a big family business. And so he had that much allowed, but there was so much pot for sale in Eugene because everybody was growing pot in Eugene. He couldn't get his price for it, even though it was killer weed.
Yeah.
So he just said he didn't need the money. He'd been doing this since he was like 8. He had tons of money. He was working for $1.80 an hour with me because he had to have some income so he didn't look too extravagant back in the day. And so he says, you can have it all if you can get rid of it. So he gives me one. He says, I'll give this to you. If I never see or hear from you again, because I hadn't talked to him in a year or two. He says, if I never see you again, you can keep it and we'll part ways. But if you come back, you can have all this. So we head out. We made it as far as just north of Vancouver somewhere, Kelso or somewhere. We spend the night. And we come home the next day because she was due at work. And we come home and I take the whole quarter pound and I divided it into $10 bags, which is 28 grams times 4 ounces is what? 112 grams times 10 bucks.
You gotta be good with quick math when you're on the streets.
That's how I learned fractions. I was doing this in high school. I couldn't get trigonometry, but that I could figure out. So,
well, when you have a real case use for math,
practical application, yeah.
I'm sitting there learning algebra and
I'm like, when is this going to come in? And the teacher's like, John, you've got to learn this to further your education. I was like, I got a Texas Instrument here, right here. That's going to solve this for me. I'm not going to know the cosine of whatever. Nobody's ever going to ask me that. This is pointless.
Yeah.
He's like, no, whatever. Me and that one teacher had it out forever. But anyway, so I come home and I've got, what did I say? $1,200 out of I sold it in grams for 120, whatever I said.
Yeah.
Say 120. So I got $1,200 for what? $250 for the weed. That's 4 times profit. I was just like,
so you made about $1,000.
yeah. So I go home. We go home. She goes to work. I go up to Alfie's Pizza. It took me like 3 hours with her help and a couple other friends that came over. And we grabbed this all up, and I had this briefcase
At the pizza shop.
I had a briefcase.
No cameras.
I had a briefcase full of grams, literally 120 of them. Right after we smoked a bunch, divvying it up. You got to share, otherwise nobody's going to help you. And my entrepreneurial kicked in. I'm ding, ding, ding. Do the math on this. If I do this properly, I can get that. So we go to Alfie's that night, and I've got a briefcase full of grams. And before they closed at 10 o'clock, it was all gone. I had sold the whole bag. I sat there and ate pizza and drank beer. The delivery drivers were coming back wanting 8s and quarter ounces.
How did you put the word out that you were the guy?
I told her.
And because she
told the drivers and I told all the guys.
This is all before social media.
All before. This thing was quicker than this went viral, and because the town was so dry when I got back. Literally, it took. I had to when I got the ounce I took to Disneyland. I literally got like 3 ounces. I got a quarter pound is what I got, 4 ounces, and I literally smoked. That had to last me like a month because an ounce lasted about a week between me and her. So it was my last ounce of the quarter pound when I left. So when I got back, I didn't know if I was going to have any weed because town was so dry. So I literally got here. And like they say, if you did cocaine in the West Coast in the early 80s, you got it from us. If you smoked pot in 89, 90 in Everett, you probably got it from me. Because so all the drivers are going out, they're coming back. And since I wasn't doing bulk, it was just grams and grams only because I got to get this so I can get more. And I sold them all. They were coming back. I need 12. I need 15. I need 10. This was going, and they deliver pizza and weed all over town. It was gone in one night. One of the greatest nights of my life.
For the listener, if you're getting into this business,
oh yeah,
hopefully you don't. Huh? Make sure you do it through. You need to do it through a front.
Well, people
Yeah.
These were people I was buying from before, and now they're buying from me. And they wanted me to sell them in bulk, but I'm like, I only got so much, and I can get $10 a gram. I don't care if it takes me a week to sell. I'm just going to, until I got to get this much money out of it, just like he needed to get his certain amount. He'd give it all to me. It wasn't worth selling in Eugene. I had to get this much out of this much so I could get more. Well, it's over that night. Monday, I went to the bank, cashed my check that I had waiting for me from work, plus what I had sold. And then I worked all day Monday. I go to sleep. I get up at 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm in Eugene at 6 a.m. A friend drove me because my truck still wasn't ready. It wasn't going to be ready till Wednesday. So Monday at 6 a.m. No, Tuesday at 6 a.m. I'm in Eugene with the money I owed him plus $750, which would complete the first pound, plus my paycheck covered the second pound. So I ended up I paid him off, and I got another 1 3/4 pounds. And I come back to Everett. And
for the listener, how much?
It's a bag about yay big. That's a 1/4 pound. So I had 2 of those.
And would you try to conveniently hide that in the car in case you have
toolbox?
Yeah, so it wasn't that hard to hide.
You got a toolbox that's closed. Put it in a cooler. Put the cooler in the toolbox. Close it. Lock it. They're never going to smell it. I mean, if you get pulled over, they see you smoking a joint, and they pull you over, they got probable cause, then they might get the dogs out and blah, blah, blah. But when you're on the freeway on the road trip, you can see the cop a mile away. So, but that almost happened a couple times, but that's yet a different story. So I go down and get the 1 3/4, and I come back, and I did the same thing with that one. Boom. After that, then I went back Thursday to get my truck, get more weed, and I think I got 1 pound that time. And after that, I go back at 2, then 4.
So you're doing that drive a couple times a week.
Well, eventually. Yeah.
You didn't have a runner do it for you?
No. What I would do is I'd get up at 2 in the morning, and I'd be in Eugene at 6 because there's no traffic. Boom. And then from 6 back home, I'd be back up here by 10:30 sometime. My crew would tear a roof off from 7 a.m. to 10:30 when I got there.
So you're just not getting much sleep those days.
No, I would nail plywood on. the roof. And then I go to Alfie's and I go back to the apartment and start divvying everything up. Then I go to Alfie's when they got done working, and I'd be there to meet them. And I didn't pay anybody for the work they did. I paid them in dope. I didn't pay them in payroll. Yeah. So these guys were making £quarter, and they would just take it and sell it. And then these guys all made money. So once I started getting into the pounds, I only sold to my crew. Yeah. My crew sold to everybody else. And my girlfriend was selling. She took care of the Alfie's people. I just go up there at 10 o'clock and pick her up. She didn't have a license. So I go up there and have a couple of beers, pick her up, and bring her back home every night. And everything was going great for a long, long time.
How long is a long, long time? Years?
Till December of 91, Christmas.
So that was like 2-3 years?
Yeah, well, yeah, 89, 90.
So how much money do you think you were making from that operation?
I was making tons of money.
Over 100,000?
Over the course of 2 years, I probably made 100 grand, if not more.
And that's all cash?
I bought cars, jet skis, motorcycles, bought a dump truck. I bought a house.
Why'd you need a dump truck?
I bought a house, huh?
Why'd you need a dump truck?
I'm a roofing contractor. I needed a dump truck.
For the business.
We got licensed, spun, insured, me and her. We had our own business. And we took...
Your own roofing business?
I had my own roofing business. So now, instead of getting paid piecework, other companies would subcontract to my company.
Is that still a common thing?
So that made the paychecks even bigger.
Is that still a common thing?
Yeah, it's very common. Yeah, a lot of these. There's a commercial for some roofing companies say that a lot of these guys are migrant workers and they're not happy with, but they hire in-house people that are here all year round and they're happy to do your job and they do quality work, and it's a good advertising thing. And he's right. You hire people from spring break, April 1st to Thanksgiving, and then they go away and then they come back and work for somebody else, and you get those, they don't care about you because they're going to be gone. When there's a leak in December, they're going to be back in Guatemala or wherever, on vacation or back to Mexico. Or some of my crews came from Brazil.
So you had crews that were from South America.
Oh yeah,
but you would ensure did you care about?
No, not now, not where we are in this story.
Oh, okay.
These were all Everett.
Okay, so the quality of work was good.
Quality of work was good because
were you ripping off customers?
I was on the job all the time. I trained these guys. I was there supervising. I would do this one section and 2 or 3 other guys would do 2 or 3 other sections, and I could stop and watch them, check their work, inspect because you have one problem, pinhole that leaks, and you're out of business. So I was all over them quality wise. And so everything's going great. Money's coming in, dump truck business, house. So I bought a house. And when I bought the house, no, I'm going to buy a house. So I start looking into buying houses, and she gets pregnant.
For the rental business, or just so you guys can live, because you're living in an apartment?
Well, we were living in Fulton's Crossing right here.
Yeah.
And I wanted to buy a house because I had all this money. Well, you cannot, if you get caught, once again, repercussions. Now I got a business, and girlfriend's pregnant, and I'm looking to buy a house. So once I get the house and the kid's born, coincided with the same time, quit dealing.
Was your buddy mad at you?
No. By then, he had other, the things that he had diversified other places and whatnot, and he got new contacts. I mean, this was over the course of 3 years.
Yeah.
2.5, 3 years. So, and I just walked away. I took a pound, put it in the freezer in my garage, and I quit dealing. I had possession, but I didn't have the traffic, but I had the business.
Is it addictive?
No, marijuana's not addictive. And that's one thing I could walk away from it at any time. I quit doing it when I was doing cocaine because I'd rather spend the money on cocaine. Yeah. It's come and gone in my life a whole bunch, but it was never financially a problem. It was never legally a problem. It was never emotionally or psychologically. It's not as if some people do go to treatment for marijuana addiction, very few. Cocaine, yes. Alcohol, yes. Fentanyl, meth, opioids, but...
Did you ever get into heroin?
No. Never did.
You tried it, but you didn't like it?
No, never.
You never even tried it?
No.
How did you not get into that world?
I don't like needles. Okay. Once again, I was in an industrial accident in Eugene for the roofing guy, and I had surgery on my foot. And when I came to from surgery, I'm laying there, and this nurse comes in and gives me a shot of morphine or Demerol or whatever it was. And I had that little feeling, and it was just oh, this is too nice. No,
Yeah.
I'm not going to mess with that. Because it was just, I know me and my addictive personality. If I was to have gotten into that, I probably would be dead from a heroin overdose already.
Yeah,
And
it
I
seems
know that.
like
And it was just, back then, you could, with smoking, it wasn't a thing. You had to shoot it.
yeah, it seems like
So-
heroin. I don't know much. I haven't done much research, but that really can have catastrophic damage
Yes.
to the body versus
Yes. Everything can.
Yeah.
I mean, alcohol, and we'll get to that later because it's coming. But, so, I'm out. I'm out clean. I got money.
This is early 30s now.
I'm 30 years old when my son was born. 29. Something like that. 30, yeah. So
And you have a legitimate roofing business.
I have a legitimate roofing business. I have a house right down the road by Mariner High School. I bought it for $100,000. I put $20,000 cash down on it.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and you talk about regrets. Yeah, it's worth about $800,000 now, and I probably have it paid off.
Yeah.
That's my one regret, was losing that house.
Yeah.
But we'll get there. So I walked away. I got the house. No more dealing. I'm totally legitimate, and everything's going great. Kid was born, firstborn, golden boy, just like my older brother. I know what mom and dad were feeling. I didn't really want children, to be honest. I didn't expect to have children. He was a surprise.
Well, when
We almost didn't have him because things were going so good and everything. And I was like, I really didn't want to be a father. That wasn't something I aspired to be at any time in my life because I know how screwed up I am. I didn't want to impose that on anybody.
Mm-hmm.
But she wanted to have a baby. Things were going so good between us. Everything was great. So I said, okay, we were a good team. We were making money. Everything was great. And so, okay.
Did she lay off the alcohol?
She did when she was pregnant. She's still smoking weed, but she quit drinking, which was I think the only time in her life that she
Really?
quit drinking.
So she got back on it after.
Yeah, and we'll get there. So everything was great for a year. The next year was.
Seems like the good times in your life don't last very long.
They don't. Well, yeah, it's a roller coaster, and that's what. Yeah, you got to take the good with the bad. That when you choose this lifestyle, and I guess I did it a sophomore in high school when I started it. You're on that path, the road less traveled, I call it. So, everything's going great for the next year. We have our moments. We ended up going to Hawaii, went on a cruise. Kid got to see grandma and grandpa. And then my mom and her husband, who lived in Bellevue, that I lived with originally, they moved to the beach and retired, so no more grandma and grandpa. And the other grandma and grandpa died, so grandma was all by herself. So she kind of babysat once in a while. He was just a little infant at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And we did a couple vacations that year, but we were legal and we were no.
Did you ever get married?
No, never. Never have, never will.
Mm-hmm.
And then when he was 13 months old, he was born on Christmas, by the way. And then when he was 13 months old, it was like in February.
So what year was he born?
91. Christmas Day, 91.
Mm.
Yeah. She gets up at 2 a.m, go to the bathroom, and her water broke. And so I got to call the OBGYN at 2 a.m. on Christmas morning. That was
they weren't too excited
another
about
time
that.
history crossed my life, right? Jimmy Buffett, Jesus Christ, and my son, right? So anyway, 13 months old, we're having our problems, and it's like, oh God, where's this gonna go? And
What was she mad at you about?
She was mad at me for trying to control her drinking, because her drinking was getting out of control. Now, you know me and you've heard my story. When I'm telling you your drinking's out of control, you got a problem. So she got bitter and resentful, and some things were going down and things weren't right. And it scared the hell out of me. And I get a phone call. She didn't come. By then she had her license and I wasn't her driver anymore. She had a car that we had bought her with all the money we made. And she called me one night and said she got a DUI in downtown Everett after going out and partying after closing the store. It's 2 a.m. And I said, okay, February. I get in the truck with the kid and I drive down to get her. And she walks up to the driver's side of the truck as she comes out of the jail. I don't even think it was the jail. It was the city. I mean, it wasn't the county thing. She was city of Everett. She comes out of the other building. I can't remember the situation. I'm not. I wasn't familiar with the legal process back then. And she comes out and she walks up to the driver's side of the car, and I'm like, get in the car, right? But no, she says, I don't love you anymore. I'm moving out. I'm going home with Scott. And she walked to the car in front of me and got in his car and drove away.
So she was probably cheating on him or cheating with him for.
Well, we wasn't anything to cheat on because things were so ugly for a couple of weeks. When something's going on, you can tell something's not right. And
she leave the kid as well?
So
she walked away.
Next 2 or 3 days, by going down into Alfie's and whatnot, I ended up getting the house was in her name. She signed it over to me. The business was in her name. She signed it over to me.
That she did all that.
And
the kid was in her name?
The kid was in, well, he's got my last name.
I know.
But she signed custody over to me.
So she wanted
to go away. She didn't want anything to do with any of it. And she left.
It's interesting that even her motherly instinct.
Post-mortem, what are they called?
That she was willing just to
Well, I don't know if it was,
alcohol obviously probably doesn't help you.
More important,
make the best
Same
decisions.
way I stopped what I was doing sort of for her. She stopped what we were doing for it. Total.
Yeah.
Full circle.
So now you're a single dad.
Now I'm a single dad. I got to run a roofing crew without a co-parent. I got to get daycare. I don't have all this extra income. Kid's sick, can't go to daycare. I can't work, crew can't work. Things were ugly for a long time. I still drank a little bit and I smoked a little weed. Didn't do it around the kid. Well, a little drinking around the kid. I didn't smoke any weed around the kid. He's still little, I'm sure eventually he saw some stuff, but I didn't I didn't do it in front of him. He'd go to bed at 6, 7 o'clock, have smoke a few bowls or smoke a joint outside or something and go to bed. It wasn't obsessive and it wasn't rampant. It was very, and eventually that slowly got a little more and more. I got more comfortable. I got better jobs. I got more money and my crew got bigger and I had, eventually by the time the kid was about 4 or 5, things were rolling pretty good again.
How are you marketing your roofing business?
Just word of mouth. I had known so many people with my networking from.
So you didn't have to put newspaper.
No. It was all word of mouth. I mostly subcontracted from other people.
Okay,
and
so you got a lot of business from that then.
I had my own business, so all these guys that when I first got here, I worked for 3 or 4 companies in a row.
Yeah,
each one paid better than the last, and I knew people. I met people. When you go to the supply house, you run into them. Hey, what are you doing? Get numbers. By then, these guys that I used to work with had started their own roofing companies. They were subcontracting to other people. This kind of stuff was going on. This company I was working for, I was running a crew, and I had a partner. So the business got shut down, basically. And I partnered in with this other guy.
Your roofing business, you shut down?
The business her and I started, I shut down. Because I didn't want anything coming back. What if I was tremendously successful and then she comes back and wants part of it, so I just closed it all down. She signed it over to me. I ran it for about a year and then I said, screw this. So I stopped doing that. But so many people were paying cash at this time. So much work. You could throw a dead cat and find a job around here. Everything was booming. Jobs were everywhere. I'd do a roof for somebody and 3 neighbors would come up and say, hey, can you give me a bid?
Yeah.
So I partnered with this guy who was already licensed, bond insured, who I had met at the supply house, and we became friends. I did some work for him. And when he'd get extra jobs, he was a flat roofer. So when he'd get pitched roofs, he gave them to me and my crew because we were so impressive with what we did for him. He did a lot of commercial stuff around here. And we would go, him and his brother would work together. His brother was also licensed, bond insured. And they would they did flat roofing. What we did is we'd get up at 2 a.m. and we'd put insulation on these commercial buildings, and we'd get them all ready for the torch down to go on top. Hot tar was down the road by now. Torch down, single ply heated membrane that you put on. It was the new thing back then. And so we'd do that, and him and his brother would show up at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. We'd have like half a football field ready for him to just roof. And then we'd leave at 10 o'clock and go do something else for somebody else. And this happened for 3-4 years. And I started working, when I wasn't doing something for him, I started working for this roofing company out of Redmond. And I had the crew, and this guy would let me use his license, bond, and insurance. So instead of making, $5,000 to do a roof as on the payroll, I would get, say, $7,000 to do it, and his company would pay my partner's company, and my partner would pay me in cash. So he didn't do a whole lot of work, so he was using me as a big tax thing. So I would take him a check, and he'd give me cash for it, or a certain percentage, and he'd keep a little off the top. Now, I know he was doing pretty well, because during this time, he bought a piece of property, built a house on it, and bought an airplane. So I was running so much work through him, he was doing quite well.
Yeah.
I would very often go to the bank, and we would run up $200-$300 bar tab while we were waiting for him to show up at the bank so he could go get it cashed, and he didn't want to do it over $10,000. This is labor only. I'd get a check for $15,000 for 1 week. Now out of that, he'd get his chunk, and I'd pay all the guys, and I'd keep whatever was left.
This is illegal.
Oh yeah.
Do you think people still do that today?
Not as much today. The systems are in place. Yeah. This $9,999 thing all started right about then.
Yeah.
You couldn't cash a check over $10,000 without flagging it. So I'd get a check to him, and I'd get $9,900, and then Tuesday or Wednesday, I'd get the rest.
Yeah.
He couldn't come out sometimes. So sometimes the guys had to wait, depending on how much was owed and how much, if I had $17,000 and, I owed 11, well, somebody wasn't going to get their money till Tuesday or Wednesday. And they're like, oh, we don't ever get paid on time. What do you get paid on time? There's like 20 of you. You all get, you're making $1,000 a week. Can't you survive 2 days once in a while when the check's too big? That kind of stuff. Sometimes I could cover it. I wasn't using, I wasn't dealing. I was responsible.
Did you miss that life?
I liked the action, I did, but I got the action from the roof. The roof became my action.
Yeah.
Same thing. The harder I work, the more effort I put in, the more I produce, the less I have to pay my guys, the more I make.
Yeah.
So, and that's how I got my adrenaline fix. I got into that. And I was dedicated. I developed this following. We'd do a roof, and 2 neighbors would come by wanting more roofs, and pretty soon I had this whole other network. And that blossomed. I started getting more customers. Things were going great. And then I met this girl who was the administrative assistant at the roofing company I was working for.
What age now? Mid-30s?
I'm about, by then I'm 34, 35. This was, the kid was 5, so I'd been 1996. So I'd be 32, 33. And I was rolling. I had the house, I had a dump truck. I actually bought a dump truck from the guy that I was working for. I did a roof, and he gave me the truck, one of those deals, instead of paying me. So, and I was doing 2 or 3 roofs a week. So I still got paid for the other 2, and I got a dump truck. So now I'm getting extra on top for being life support insured. Now I'm getting a little bit more because I provide my own dump truck. Money was just pouring in, and it was all cash. So I was under the table once again, working.
You weren't paying taxes.
I wasn't paying tax, no. That's becomes a problem later on in life. If we have enough battery for that, we'll get there, but maybe we won't. So, unless you want me to speed it up, or do you want the details? Am I getting too detailed?
No, it's
no. Okay. So, then I met this girl, and this is a whole different girl. This girl she was the administrative assistant at the roofing company. We met at a safety meeting, and we hit it off. She had just broke up with her boyfriend. And the project manager said, hey, she you going to be at the safety meeting? I said, yeah. And she goes, oh, well, she wants you to be there. I said, okay. So we talked on the phone a whole bunch because I called the office to do business and it was always her. So we kind of had this little thing going. And then at the safety meeting, we hit it off. And I said, well, are you still with your boyfriend or what? No. Yeah. Okay. So we started going out and eventually we became a couple. And eventually we went out for about 6 months and then she moved into my house with me. And,
and she was okay with you being?
She was okay. She didn't have any kids.
Was she younger than you?
Yeah, she's about the same age as the kid's mom. And so she moves in and the kid started calling her mom because every other 5-year-old has a mom. Why couldn't he? The other girl just dropped out completely, gone. Right. She popped in a couple times. Actually, she popped in a couple times. And each time she was drunk, she'd like, oh, can I come see him? And I said, yeah. And she called the cops on me. He's beat me up. I just drunker than shit. She was homeless under the bridge downtown at the Mission in Everett and just completely lost it. And she called the cops on me. The cops would show up. They'd haul her off, drunk and disorderly.
So they believed you, not her.
You could tell it was her. I mean, I'm like, come on, officer, it's my house. I got custody of the kid. She signed over to me when, she's obviously lost it. They took her away. And after the second or third time of this, they said, hey, you can't do this anymore. We can't do this repeatedly. You need to get a restraining order on her. So if she comes back again, she goes to jail. So
do you think she was on drugs as well at that point?
She was on drugs. She was gone. It was just, she was out of control.
She's still alive?
Got a quarter I can toss. I'll tell you the end. It's maybe not. I haven't heard from her for a long time.
So you haven't heard from her?
Well, I'll get there. Spoiler, right? You want to know the answer? You want to wait for it? I'm a writer. This is what I do now. So he is freaked out about cops showing up and mom disappearing. So I'm coming home from this lady's house, this new girlfriend. I guess I got to give her a name, but I don't want to use it.
You don't have to give her.
No, I'll call her Beth, okay? Because that's what she is in my story. That's what I called her when I wrote my story. I come home from Beth's house, and we're coming up the freeway, and I get pulled over. And my son, Sean, starts freaking out. He's just, bah!
Were you
I'm
speeding?
like, no, tail light was out or something. There's no big, what's the matter? Every time the cops show up, mom goes away. Now the cops show up, you're going away. I'm not going to have any parents. He's just flipping out. And I'm just like, oh my God, relax. I'm not going anywhere. And the cop's like, what's the matter? What's wrong with him? And I go, last time the cop showed up, mom disappeared, and he's worried dad's going to disappear. He goes, no, it's okay. Cop calmed the kid down because he's about 5 at the time. And I'm listening, that's all right. He's just getting a ticket. He's fine. He's just getting a ticket. It's all good. And the cop calmed the kid down. He was hyperventilating and freaking because by then I was the only thing he had. No mom.
Right.
She showed up 3 times and got arrested 3 times. And so anyway, and I meet this new lady, and he calls her mom, and she moves in, and everything's just peaches and cream for probably about 5 years.
5 years.
5 years. I had a good streak going, didn't I? We started a company.
So his age 1 through 10 seemed to be okay.
1 through 10,
for him.
10, 9, something like that.
So you had a good 10
was going good. Everything went well.
30 to 40, you seem to be doing all right.
We went on vacations. We went to Florida, Disneyland again, a little more wholesome this time. San Diego, Palm Springs. Her and I went to Vegas and Reno without him. We went on a Orlando, Universal Studios, Bahama cruise when he was 10. He had a red stripe because there's no drinking age over there, that kind of stuff. I quit. She moved in and she didn't like me smoking pot. I had a bar in the house. She made some changes to my lifestyle that, when a woman moves in, what
you were okay with that, though?
It wasn't. I wasn't out of control. I was drinking. She likes to drink her wine. I liked my weed and she smoked cigarettes, and she didn't like me smoking weed. So I said, well, I don't like you smoking cigarettes. I said, okay, I'll quit smoking weed. So I stopped.
So you both stopped. So that was
She never quit smoking cigarettes. Yeah.
You didn't win
the bar went away. The free cable box, we all know what that means, went away. Talk about back in the Viacom days when cable boxes got pirated.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had one of those boxes with a house with the crew coming over all the time, right? It was one of those movie boxes that had whatever. So
questionable channels.
Yeah, it's very questionable. There's another story behind that, but I can't tell it on camera. Anyway, so she made all the changes she wanted, and everything was fine. And we're making money. We started our own company. She quits working for that other company, and we start our own company. And now we've got even a wider base. We got work coming in left and right, and
it was all roofing, right?
All roofing, legitimate. And I was still working for these other guys on the side sometimes. Side money was coming in left and right. I was doing so well. We had extra material from jobs we stockpiled at the storage unit right there across from the MPM. Behind the McDonald's there, I had a garage size unit that was filled, had a bunch of plywood stacked up that was left over. Had like a pallet of gray, a pallet of black, a pallet of brown, extra felt paper, a bunch of supplies that we kept. We still had the house, but the house had, cars and dump truck and, tools and, the garage wasn't big enough to use kind of as a shop. So we had the storage unit here as a shop, and everything was going great. Things were going good. Mm-hmm. And things started to change with me and her. She wasn't happy, or I don't know, personally between us, things were a little off. And I didn't like it. I had seen this before. I saw what was happening, but what I thought was happening wasn't happening. Yeah, I don't know what her situation was. She just got comfortable and kind of backed off the intensity of the relationship. And I didn't like that. I liked excitement, stimulation. I liked, the action. And so out of boredom, instead of cheating on her, I started using again.
Cocaine?
Cocaine. It's one of the guys I had working for me. We're going down the road one day. I had a van. We all got in and went to work, and he said he had some. And I said, really? I didn't know you did that.
And you hadn't used it
I hadn't used in probably 8-9 years. And he said, hey, you should try. Try. Well, yeah. So I did a little on the way to work. Worked all day. Went home. Nobody thought nothing of it. Just a bad day. No big deal. A week or two later, happened again. A week later, weekly, a couple times a week, every day. I'd do it on the way to work, just a little bit. Mm-hmm. And then I'd work all day, and I'd go home. Everything was fine. This went on for about a year. Very, very difficult to be a functioning cocaine addict and hide it from... the guys I was working with knew because they were providing it. And
what are the symptoms that?
You get I got a little paranoid, obviously, because the company, the business, the contractors, the homeowner, the girl, the kid, he's 10 now, and eventually it got out of control. I couldn't stop. It's one thing to do it on the way to work and then work it out of your system. You don't crave it. You don't want it. You just do your job, have a couple beers on the way home, have a couple beers at night, go to bed. During this time, her and I developed a gambling problem too. The house I had bought was right down here by Mariner High School. And when we got off the freeway at 128, the Great American Casino used to be Big Al's. You familiar with that?
I wasn't here during that time.
Right there, you get off the freeway, it's right there behind the Shell station. And so you get off the freeway, we'd pull in there and have a couple drinks, meet the guys there to pay them, do a little gambling, and we both developed a gambling habit, her and I both. This is just a card room. And right about that time, they opened the first Tulalip casino right there off of 4th Street, which is now fenced off and closed. But she would go up there, and she liked the slots. I like to play blackjack.
So let's pause the conversation there.
Okay.
Why do people get hooked on gambling?
Same thing, the rush. I was bored. At 5 years, I obviously have this little window of I need some excitement in my life at certain times, and I do.
Because it's not about the money, right?
For me, it was. For her, it wasn't slots. She was making money hand over fist. I quadrupled her income by starting her own business, so she got a piece of the action. Compared to her hourly rate, she made 10 times as much money as she used to.
Yeah.
And you couldn't, she was pretty conservative with her money. She was pretty well adjusted, not like me. I was more wild, with my influx, fishing, dealing, roofing, I needed more money. I go do a job, get more money. She was more, Monday through Friday, 1st and the 15th, turn in a time card, 10 days later you get paid, that. But that's what she'd been used to her whole life, in the administrative construction side of an administrative side. And so she had to be. Me, I needed some money. I go do a job that night. Somebody pay me cash at the end of the day. I go get money ahead. Oh, we're doing your roof on Saturday. I need half the money down on Wednesday so we can load the roof Friday. And people would give me $3,000 for their material. And I go spend 2,500 of it on material and put the other 500 in my pocket, and I had money. It was just money had no meaning to me, and because of the drug dealing and the addiction and the roofing my whole life, it's nothing. It was nothing to me, and I could always get more. And then, so I got away with this for about a year, and so I'd piss her off sometimes just so she'd get mad at me and go to the casino so I could get loaded at night. And then eventually she caught on to what I was doing. And after that, she knew every time.
Yeah. Did she know your history with drugs before?
She knew. And she had done the same thing back in her 20s, but she only went through it for about a year or two. And then she realized that wasn't the way to go. So she stopped. And then for the next 4 or 5 years, it would go on like that. I would go for a month or two, and then she'd catch me. I wouldn't do it. And then I'd go off for a weekend, disappear, and she would get upset with me. I would leave. I wouldn't abandon the kid. I'd leave him with her, and I'd take off because I didn't want to do it around them. Yeah. I didn't want to get caught. I didn't want them to see me like that. But eventually, I'd come home at the end of a binge.
Did you have other people in your life to be like, stop doing this?
Pardon?
Do you have other people in your life to tell you to stop doing it?
Oh, yeah. A lot of people. Because a lot of my employees, they didn't want their boss using because they knew what would happen. They wanted to grow in the company and watch it build. But so this, I would go for a month or two, and then sometimes 6 months, and then, sometimes every weekend for a month. And, I'd come home with my tail between my legs. But she was living in my house for free. Her kid called her mom. She didn't want to break everything up. She went to her mom's, pissed off at me for a week or two a few times, and tried to teach me a lesson. But I'd learn, and then a few months later, I'd screw up again. Mm-hmm. And eventually she said I need to go to treatment. So I went to Sundown M Ranch, which is where Cliff went. I went there in 2004. Actually, I started off with IOP. I went to outpatient in Linwood, right down there by the old House of Clocks.
So this is your early 40s now?
This is I'm 42, I think. I'm 42 years old. It was 2004. That's about right. 42 years old. No, 2002, IOP. 2003, 40, 41. I go to IOP, and I graduate, and I do good.
What is that process like for the listener?
IOP is 3 times a week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. 3 hours a night, 6 to 9. And
what are they doing in these
for
sessions?
2 months. So you go for 2 months, 3 nights a week. And then you got Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday off.
What are you doing in these sessions?
3 hours. It's just like treatment. You have these sessions, and the first week, you just kind of listen. No, the first night, you introduce yourself. You say why you're there briefly, 5 minutes, and and then you just listen. And the second hour, some guy that's been there for a week he spends the second hour and tells his drug story. How he got there, what happened, what brought him here, kind of like what I'm doing, but condensed. And then the third hour, they talk about some topic, addiction, physiology, mental stress, what this does to your body, relapse prevention, whatever the topic might be. That's the topic for an hour. Mm. And then the next night, they do something similar without the 1 hour share of the guy.
So it's a lot of talking.
Yeah, counseling, different topics.
Did you enjoy that process?
Yeah, I did. It was new to me. I'd never
Because you got to hear other
never
people's stories?
participated. I didn't care about recovery ever in my life. Now I had a house, a business, a girlfriend, a kid, and I was getting old. It's got to stop or it's going to be detrimental to me. I'm not 18 anymore. Yeah, that's what I said at 42. And so one time in the middle of that, she didn't know. I would get off. They'd pee test me Tuesday when I got in. So I got out Thursday one night, and I had just got a new truck, and this guy at work hid it in my truck. By now we got cell phones and everything, right? So I get out of the Thursday night, and he goes, "Hey, I left you a little present." I go, "What?" He goes, "Look in there." I gave him a ride home from work, and in there was a pipe and some rocks and everything else. And so I got high, and I think I disappeared. She was pissed.
When you disappear,
Well, I told her I was at the casino and I was drinking. So I got high for a while, and then I went up to the casino for a little bit, and I got really drunk, and I fell asleep in the parking lot. So I wake up, call her. She comes up there. I'm sleeping, alcohol in my breath in the parking lot. She knew some people from this casino that worked up there, so she verified I was at the casino even. So covered my tracks, got away with it, and I graduated IOP, and I was on the straight and narrow for 6 months, and then I started screwing up again. And this time,
so let me ask you this: why do you think you kept screwing up?
The thrill.
So someone else, let's take someone else that's in your shoes and they're in their 30s and 40s. We haven't gotten to the conclusion or where you're at now, but what keeps people?
Addiction. I'm addicted to action. I'm an adrenaline junkie as much as I am a drug addict.
Yeah.
I live the action of the deal, the action of the roof, the action of being a player, the action of I need stimulating, sexual, adrenaline, money, I like to be I've been the boss forever.
Yeah.
Since 1981, I've been running crews,
Mm-hmm.
A roofing crew, a military crew, coaching. I coached my son's little league teams. I've had crews in Eugene, crews in Seattle. I like being the boss. I like being in control.
Mm-hmm.
And when I lose control, I don't think about the ramifications of the people it affects.
Mm-hmm.
That's a true addict, because suddenly my life becomes more important than anything else.
Mm.
And I don't care about the problems it causes. And it gets pretty severe coming up here shortly.
All right, so let's mid 40s now. Your son is now a teenager.
11, 12, and I go to, once again, Memorial Day weekend, 2003. Well, it's just Memorial Day weekend, but I went to Sundown M Ranch. We go out on I-90, we stop at the Blue Ridge Mountain rest area up above Yakima. I go in the rest area. I probably took 10 hits off my crack pipe, and I threw it away. And I get back in the car, just dripping sweat. We drive down into Sela, which is where Sundown M is, and I put cash down on the counter and went to my bed I had a bed date. And I knew I was going to go do that. That's why I did what I did in the rest area, because I knew it was going to be a while. So I go into treatment for a month. First time in real treatment.
So before treatment, you go
get high.
Get high.
Yeah.
Because
when I checked in, they didn't put me in treatment. They put me in detox for a day, because I didn't need 3 days to come down like on heroin. I just needed to calm down. They can't go in there all spracked out of your mind. That's what they call it. And they could tell. I mean, dripping sweat. Memorial weekend, everybody was going camping, boats and pickup trucks and barbecues and weekend and Chelan and all this and that, and everybody, Moses Lake. And I'm going to rehab. I felt really bad. So she was running the business while I was gone for a month, and I graduated, got out on Father's Day. And
so what do you do for a month?
You go to daily classes like the IOP. You go to those classes. You get up, you have breakfast. You go to a 3 hours of counseling. Then you have a meeting with your home group.
Are they boring?
No, they're rather informative, very educational.
But so, because you talk about how you need adrenaline and rush.
You make them as entertaining, as fun as you want. A lot of humor in this crowd. You laugh at your mistakes. It's kind of weird at first. The new guys are a little more mild, just like a new guy in AA. They're a little more quiet, level-headed, and listening. But after a few days, they get to know you on the outs. You have meals with these same people. You walk around the perimeter, get some exercise. You're in the courtyard. You're doing your studies. You got workbook time and things you got to read and write about and that kind of stuff. And you're supposed to keep a journal while you're there.
Is it like prison?
No, it's not
like a camp.
No, it's like camp. You got a room. I shared a room with one guy. We had a bathroom. The two of us had one bathroom. There was like a 2 hotel rooms side by side with a door into the bathroom. I just couldn't go in there when he was there. Mm-hmm. He locked the other side. But other than that, you had your own room. Mm-hmm. No TV. You know, you had to be studying rehabilitation stuff. No cell phones. No computers. You were isolated that way, but you had plenty to read. I read the big book and all this other stuff, but I wasn't really there for alcohol. I wasn't an alcoholic. I was cocaine was my problem. Mm-hmm.
So you do a month of that.
That's what. Well, when I was in the outpatient thing, cocaine was my problem too. Everybody else was there for DUIs. Court mandated they had to go to certain amount of meetings. They had to go to AA meetings. They had to go to IOP. They had to get their slip signed. They had to be there or they'd go to jail for violating their conditions of release. Me, I didn't have to go to meetings. I just went to IOP. So these other people were all there for cocaine. Now, the day that you tell your story, I told my story for 1 hour, and it ended up taking the full 3 hours of the day. Mm-hmm. The counselor, the people kept stopping and interrupting me because they didn't know anything about cocaine or marijuana, all the dealing and all this other stuff that I did. They were just alcoholics that got a DUI. And so they were pretty normal people. I mean, and so my story took a whole lot longer because of the information I shared with all the other students in there. And I asked the counselor, I said, this is taking longer than I thought. Is this a problem? She goes, just keep going. This is great. This is great. So during that time, I know when I got done, all these people say, yeah, that's a great story.
This is all through that month long.
Yeah, this is the IOP thing. Yeah. And that's when I started writing because I had to write my story to tell. That's when I began my writing career. Because the reception I got for that 1 hour, which turned into 3, then sort of blossomed into me writing stuff down all the time. When I got to treatment, you're supposed to keep a journal. So I kept a journal every day. You're supposed to write in it, and the counselor reads it. You turn it in every night. And while you're in classes or assemblies or lectures or whatever, the counselor goes to your journal to see how you're feeling, what you're writing, what you're thinking about. And he assesses your progress through your journal, along with your attendance and your participation to see if you're getting better or not. You know, some people just, fuck this, you know, and that guy's not getting anything out of it, right? That's what happens sometimes. So anyway, so I graduated. I graduated from Father's Day. I come and get my son. Everything's all better. Everything's great. And that lasted, once again, about 5 or 6 months. And yeah.
So what tools did they tell you to help do so you wouldn't get back into? I'm sure they try to give you some tools to be like, if you're feeling this, this is what you should do.
You're supposed to get a sponsor. You're supposed to go to meetings. I never did. Usually
so no one when you go, you keep accountable.
Well, usually when you go to treatment or IOP, you have follow up aftercare is what they call it. You're supposed to go to meeting. You're supposed to get a sponsor. You're supposed to follow the steps. I never did that, either IOP or after treatment. I just got done. I graduated and I went out there and tried to do this, and it didn't work over and over again. Well, twice. Well, twice so far. Put it that way. So I get out, like, once again, 5, 6 months later, I think I can get away with it. I think I'm all better. I think I'm better. I can control it. It's called false pride. That's what they call it. It's when you think you've got it all figured out and you got it licked in a little bit, just a little taste, you know, just a little nip, you know, no big deal. But once again, off the deep end.
Is it the same guys who keep supplying you, or is it always different people?
By then I had multiple suppliers. Yeah. I had one guy that was a manager's manager at Boeing. This guy was making $250,000 a year. He'd go to work at 4 a.m. I was such a good customer. He would drive by the house where the van is, and he would stop, and he would, like, I'd leave the window down. He'd stop and throw it. He'd come out. He'd stop and roll his window down and throw it into the van. And I'd get up in the morning and it'd be there. Literally. I'd call him.
He worked at Boeing?
Yeah, he worked at Boeing. Sometimes I would
guy
drive to
still
Boeing
alive?
and he would. Huh?
Is this guy still alive?
I don't know if he's dead or in jail or in rehab or.
I need to talk to this guy.
Maybe he's the CEO of Boeing. Maybe he's the.
Maybe
I have no idea.
Maybe that's why they're having
drug
problems.
use is rampant there.
Maybe that's why
now. This was back then. This was 2005, 2004.
Yes.
You know, now I'm sure the UAs have gotten to, used to be a lab test, mail in, come back, blah, blah, blah. Now we got cups here that, you know, you could that give you all the answers you need right now at this house. So, but yeah, it was crazy stuff. Yeah, so eventually it got all out of control. And she had enough, and she moves out. She moves out and takes the kid with her. And I'm in the house all by myself. And during that time, I had a buddy who was clean and sober, who comes in and moved in with me. Actually, at first, the kid was there. And my buddy would kind of watch him when I'd be out, because I would be gone sometimes, and sometimes she'd take him. And so we were broke up. We were broke up for 3 or 4 months, and I get a phone call from my high school girlfriend back when I was selling pot back in Eugene. And she is in Tacoma for a medical conference. She lived in Boise, and she was in Tacoma. And she said, "Hey, I got your phone number from your dad. I'm in Tacoma. What are you doing?" I said, "Nothing. I'm just hanging out. What are you doing?" So I went down to Tacoma and visited her. We had a great time. And nothing happened or anything. We were just friends, nothing, you know. And I come back home, and I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks later, she calls me and says, "Hey, why don't you come over to Boise? And, you know, I saw you. Why don't you come see me?" And, okay, why not? I was using off the hook, high all the time, up. By then I was up all the time. And I go over there to visit her. And I had been up for 9 days.
No sleep for 9 days.
No sleep for 9 days. And I had everything on me. I had a nice big rock stash to go, like about a golf ball, to get me through the day. I was going to fly over and fly back. And I go through TSA in Seattle, and then I pass. I head for the airplane, and I miss the flight. So I have to go back out. You have to buy and change my ticket.
Why'd you miss the flight?
I took too long at TSA to get through because the lines were so long. So they booked me on a later flight. So instead of 7 a.m., I end up on the 9 a.m. Big deal. It was Boise. It's a 2 hour and a half flight or whatever. So I go back through TSA.
And you have the drugs on you.
I had the drugs on me. I had the pipe in my pocket, and the set off security each time. I go, "Oh, it's the rivets on my Levi's." Okay, have a nice flight. This happened twice. It's Seattle International Airport, TSA, top of the notch. So I go visit her all day. I'm ducking into bathrooms and hiding, and, you know, she smoked cigarettes, so she'd disappear all the time to smoke, and I'd go in the bathroom and smoke, and I'd get through the day, and I wasn't, you know, this is day 9. I wasn't whacked out of my mind. She couldn't even tell. And
yeah, but if you don't sleep for 9 days, that's...
Well, I'm sure I looked a little off, but, you know.
If I don't get good sleep for one night, I'm a mess.
Well, that's what, when you're doing that, that's why I needed to duck into the bathroom all the time. You know, you've got to keep doing it, or pretty soon you just crash. So we say goodbye, talk to you later, nice seeing you again. I go to the airport, and I get busted. I got busted at TSA. I wish I had the film from the airport. I'm sure I could find it if I looked hard enough. It's probably on a file somewhere. It would be hilarious. It's a whole different story in and of itself. Anyway, I get arrested, and I go to jail. And
This is your mid-40s.
This is mid-40s, 2004. And I call Beth, my ex, and say, hey. And she bails me out. And I end up spending, this is a Friday, I end up spending the weekend in jail for the first time in my life at 42 years old.
Yeah, with your background, that's impressive.
First consequence of my life for my drug and alcohol
use
legal consequence in my life. All the drunk driving I done, all the dealing, using, all the other, and there's multiple other stories to go with that, but I didn't get into some of them. Yes. So, so she bails me out, and I have a court date, and I have to fly back for arraignment or whatever it is. So I come back 3 or 4 weeks later for arraignment, and I go in front of the judge, and I pleaded guilty. You
didn't have a lawyer?
I had a lawyer.
He told you to plead guilty?
He pled guilty, first offense, homeowner, business owner, single dad, never been in trouble before. Everything's,
on paper, everything looked okay.
So, and then I have to come back for sentencing. No, pretrial hearing. You're supposed to have a pretrial investigation, which is a paperwork about your criminal past and a bunch of all your previous charges. Your enter a plea or whatever. I don't know the exact, can't remember it all. I had to go back, and I missed that court date because I got in a wreck. No, the guy in front of me got in a wreck. I witnessed this accident that took place on the freeway on the way to the airport one morning. The time difference is 1 hour off. It's like 6 and 5 in the morning, 6 o'clock flight. 5 in the morning, I witnessed this, 4:30 maybe, I witnessed this wreck. State Patrol right next to me. I can't take off because I'm literally wedged between the accident in front of me that I almost was part of and the cop next to me. I can't back up because the guy behind me almost hits me too. Cop gets out. Stay right there. Don't move. He's out here doing all this stuff. I have to do some witnessing. I say, I'm heading for court. Here's my court date. He ends up calling somebody in the State Patrol, called the Ada County Sheriff's in Boise and said, he's not going to make court. It's a legitimate reason. He's a witness to this accident. We got to fill this out. He can't leave, blah, blah, blah.
At least he helped you out there.
So puts me on the phone with the bailiff or the court recorder. He goes, okay, you're not going to make this. We'll give you a new court date. But if you get arrested between now and then, you're going to have a warrant. Just don't get in trouble. Your court date's in 10 days. I can't tell you when exactly. We got to mail it to your mailing address to make sure you get it. When it shows up, come back for that court date. Don't get in trouble between now and then, and you're fine. So, over the next 10 days, well, by then I'm dealing big time. The kid is with the girl, with Beth. No. Between the time I got busted and the time I go to court, I make court. The second time is when this happened. I had to go for sentencing. And by then, I'm dealing big time.
You say dealing, you're using.
I was using.
Yeah.
I was also dealing.
Oh, so you got back into dealing.
I got back into dealing because the kids with Beth.
You had the time.
I had the time. I wasn't roofing anymore because that was all falling apart.
So you weren't roofing anymore.
I wasn't roofing anymore. I was too busy into my addiction, too many problems, too much.
Was the business still running because she was running it, or
no? We shut it down.
Okay.
It ended because when she moved out, the business shut down. Everything was going to shit. People knew what was going on. We weren't getting the calls. I wasn't there to supervise, so everything was falling apart. And so I was dealing big time. I had literally, in the course, I took $300 and turned it into 30 grand in 30 days. That's how much I was dealing.
Right.
And this was all in a safety deposit box when I got busted. Okay. So after I got busted, I go and I missed this court date. No. I got a job from one of my contractors. $60,000 job. $30,000 worth of roofing material. $30,000 in labor that I could do with one other guy by myself through my old partner. Because he was still questioning my sobriety and whatnot, but I was still able to do this job. And I spent $26,000 of that 30 grand that I had built up on roofing material to do this job. And then Beth saw me with this girl I was dealing with. She was just a friend, but Beth got jealous, saw me in this girl's car, and had me arrested. Between the accident and the court date.
You got arrested.
So I get arrested. I go to jail in Snohomish County. I'm there for 30 days before I get chain ganged to Boise. In that 30 days, it's time to do the roof. The roofing was already paid for, right? I had spent $24,000 on roofing. So the material was ready when the builder was ready. The builder got ready. The material was delivered to the job and sitting there waiting for the builder to finish building it, right? So it's all I had to do. I was planning to get out, right? And move on. Go to do my court, pled guilty, because obviously I did it. It was all over tapes and film and witnesses at TSA. So I had the $24,000 worth of material at the job site. I'm in jail. I can't call the contractor. Can't call and collect from jail. So the job, he ended up, ironically, having the old roofing company that her and I met at do the job, or some other roofing company, and with the material that was already sitting there. So the contractor ended up coming up $24,000 because the $60,000 bid was $24,000, $34,000 worth of labor, 26,000. So the contractor ended up making all the money I spent on material, and he quit using me. And I think he's out of business now. So I don't know. I couldn't reach him when I got out. I couldn't reach him. So anyway, so I ended up in jail for 30 days. And then I got chain ganged to Boise, where Beth bailed me out.
So the same girl that
got me arrested, bailed me out when I got there.
You think she felt bad?
She didn't think, when she came to visit me in Snohomish County, and I told her what happened. I said, hey, I'm trying to quit. I got this got to happen, this guy. No, I don't believe you. You're doing drugs. I don't care. I'm sorry you're in jail for 30 days. Call me when you get to Boise. And she bailed me out again.
You're the person that put me in here.
I get bailed out again. I got no job. I got no money. I had spent a month of some heavy dealing.
What was your sentence in Idaho?
Well, so I ended up going back for sentencing. I had a plea bargain. I had a plea deal, first offense. I had a lawyer. They had talked it out with the prosecutor, recommended probation, time served, because by then I had gone back for a couple different court appearances, and I had ended up spending the original weekend 2 or 3 different times that I'd gone back and stayed for 3 or 4 days while paperwork was getting done. Then the month that I had done in Snohomish County before I
What did Snohomish County pop you for? Did you have drugs on you?
Warrant violation of the warrant.
So it wasn't even for you.
It was because I got pulled. Because Melody had me arrested. Beth, you got to do some editing here. I'm sorry, I can't use her name. The time I had spent in the county was for failure to appear.
Oh, so it wasn't even for drugs.
It wasn't. No, I was off. Yeah, I got arrested free and clear. Yeah.
So when she called the cops on you, why did they put you in jail?
Failure to appear she revoked the bail, which meant and the failure to appear, she saw me with some other woman that I was working with. Oh, I'm sorry. I quieted this. And she had me, so she called the cops, told me where they could find me, and then the cops came and arrested me. I had this quieted for 3 hours, but we took longer. Let me quiet it again. Sorry. You know how to edit, right? Mute.
That's interesting. So, all right. So the sentence.
So then I go in and I get sent. So I'm supposed to get released. Time served, right? And they end up. So I go back to Idaho. I go back to Idaho, and I'm there for sentencing. I'm supposed to get released with time served. Well, I had to wait. When I got there, I had to wait for like 6 weeks from the time I turned myself in to the time I got sentenced. And I figured by the time the 6 weeks,
you were in jail for those 6 weeks.
Yeah, I had flown back, so I lost the job. I had lost all the money, and during that, there was about a 4-month time there that I just went off the deep end. to no extent. I was just out of control once again. And then I sobered up for about a week. I went back to Beth's. I said, take me to the airport, turn me in, let me get this put behind me. We were kind of patching things up a little bit. And I stayed with her and my son for a week. And then she took me to the airport and I flew over there and I walked through town getting as drunk as I possibly could. Walked through town and I turned myself in. And then when I turned myself in, I had to wait like 6 weeks for a sentencing hearing.
So you're just chilling in jail.
I was chilling in jail. That's when I started writing again.
Yeah, what else are you going to
I
do?
started reading and walking 20 miles a day in the jail cell and writing and reading for the first time in my life. I started reading books, every book I could get my hands on. I had to keep busy. I'm so OCD, if I don't keep busy, I wouldn't be able to sleep.
Yeah.
Because I'm so used to passing out or being up for 10 days and then sleeping. You fall asleep real easy, but without any substances to help me sleep, it was really difficult. So I was getting all the exercise I could. After 6 weeks, my lawyer didn't show up. He had had it with me. He had had it with my bullshit, and he quit. Didn't even tell me. So I had to get in that. So I had to get it. Then it took me about a week to get another lawyer. It was recommended by a friend who was in jail. That's where you get good lawyers, right? Not public defenders, at least. And so I had to wait another 6 weeks before getting sentenced. The lawyer had cut another plea deal. Pre-sentence investigator recommended probation. The prosecutor recommended probation. My lawyer requested probation. Time served. First offense. Single father. Homeowner. Business owner. Give the guy a break. No. Judge sentences me to 7 years in the Idaho State Pen.
7 years.
7 years.
So you weren't expecting
I
that.
freaked out.
Yeah.
I flipped. It was one of those zoom in with the background zooming away moments. Just heart stop. I thought I was going to have a heart attack. I really did.
Well, that's your adrenaline rush right there. No drugs needed.
That was not at all. But I didn't need the sentence either.
You just need that every day.
So I go back to jail and I'm just beside myself, flipping out. And I start talking, and the guys are like, yeah, right, you're out of here. You're full of shit. They thought I was lying to them. You could literally smell, we're in rec that afternoon, you could smell the Sizzler across the street from the jail. There's a restaurant. You could smell it in the rec yard. That's where I went before I turned myself in to eat. That's where I wanted to go the minute I got out. No. So I find out what I got. I got sentenced to 7 years in the state pen. The sentence was suspended provided I conform with the terms of the Northern Idaho Correctional Institute, which is in Cottonwood, Idaho. I was on what was called a rider. It's a first-time felony boot camp for mostly drug offenders. Sometimes it's sexual predators or sexual pervs. And it's an old military base up in Idaho that is converted into a radar station during World War II. And it's a 3 to 6 month program that you go to, and you have boot camp, meetings every morning, bunk made,
It's all paid by the state.
Shaved heads, yeah, in uniform. Follow these, go to classes, go to treatment, go get some education, get your GED, learn English, whatever you need, drug and alcohol counseling, whatever it might be. You go there and you follow their program, and then you get 6 years probation. Otherwise, you do 7 years. What do you want to do? I'll go do the program.
Yeah.
Duh. So you get booked into the state pen.
Did you ever tell your ex-girlfriend from high school, like...
Look what you caused. I caused this.
I know, it's not
Actually, yes, I did, because here's what happens. When you go from jail to prison, you lose all your possessions. So everything that I had in property at the Ada County Jail was going to get thrown away or given to charity. Well, I had some stuff in there that I needed. Some of my writings, my wallet, my ID. So if I ever got out, I could cash a check. If I got any money or money was put on my books and I had any left over, I have to have some kind of ID. They're not going to cash my prison ID to cash a check, because what if I was in jail for check fraud? Hello? So it's just, so I need my wallet, my cell phone, all my personal, my clothes. Otherwise, you get
The prison won't hold it for you for 7 years, huh?
the jail won't hold it for you for 7 years. So I had to call her and ask her to come get my stuff.
She's like, what?
But I couldn't get a hold of her.
Oh.
She did. Well, she came to visit me is what happened, because she followed me online. So she shows up to visit, and she was in a relationship. She was married at the time. That's nothing happened between us. I didn't violate. I don't do that. But so she wouldn't do it because, so I ended up having to call my lawyer. My lawyer came and got the stuff, and he kept it.
The one that fired you?
No.
Oh, a different one?
The new lawyer came and got it.
All right. So now you're in this 6-month boot
camp. So now I'm in this 6-month boot camp. And while I was there, once again, I'm reading, I'm walking, I'm writing. And while I was there, I wrote a book. I wrote a book about what happened to me in there. You have to be programming all the time. The first month, it's a 4-step program. The first week, you're purple card, a Barney. You have to be programming all the time. So during that time, I started journaling about what happened to me in county, and then eventually what was happening to me in the prison. In processing, it took about 2 weeks in the state pen in Boise, and then you get shipped out there. I ended up getting there the Monday before Thanksgiving. And so the first week I was there, I had to program the whole time, so I started writing. And first week, you're a purple card, no trying, or it's second, third, and fourth week, you're an orange card. You get a little bit more freedom. You get commissary, you get a few luxuries, but basically you're programming all the time. Your second month, you're a blue card, and after that, you're a green card until you leave, whether it's 3 months or 6 months. And you don't know until like your second month how long you're supposed to be there. So you've got to participate, be active, and blah, blah, blah. I ended up going into leadership, and the COs there were 12 on, 12 off. And one of the guys that was our main guy, he did the night shift for 5 days a week, was an ex-Marine, and he recognized my military. I was much older than most of the guys there. He recognized my military leadership stuff, and he put me in charge of it, and I thrived. So when I got back to the jail, then you go back to jail to go back in front of your judge, and he goes, yes, congratulations, probation, or nope, you screwed up, go back again. So if you didn't do it right, or you screwed something up, you got your sentence. Some guys, like one guy on the second day, we were in the jail, in the prison, we were in jail, we were in the in-processing, we got on transport, we get up there, he gets to my same unit, the next morning he gets up and says, oh, this, I'm not doing this crap, take me back to Boise. And we're like, what is wrong with you, dude? He goes, you're going to make me dance the dance, and I'm going to fail. I'm going to be here for 6 months anyway. I've already been in county for almost a year. That's a year and a half, right? And then I'm going to have 6 years probation. I'd rather go to the yard for 6 extra months and tell these guys to kiss my ass. And they took him back to SEG, and he was on transport out the next morning. Crazy. He'd rather hang out with his gang buddies in the prison than do the dance.
No one's telling him what to do.
Yeah, and he doesn't have to give clean UAs for 6 years and stay sober. So I do all that, do the dance, go home, and I'm on probation for a while. So
now you're late 40s.
Now,
did you ever apologize to your son for putting him through all that?
Yes, I have.
Was it at that time or later on in life?
Later on. Once I started working an honest recovery program. You got to make amends. But
at the time,
I'll get there. At the time, no, I wasn't working a program. I go to treatment, and then I go back out.
The treatment's different than a program. Treatment
is recovery, is treatment. That's it. Recovery is a 12-step program with a sponsor and meetings.
Would you say a sponsor, this is a world I'm not in just because it's not a struggle for me.
I get it.
But would you say most sponsors have had history in that? Or
yes.
To be a good sponsor?
Yes.
Are there sponsors that don't have history in it and they're not as good?
Cliff went to treatment. Now he works the program, just like me. So, yeah. Are there what?
Are there sponsors out there that don't have history in it but are sponsors?
No. Sponsors have history. That's how you get to be a sponsor. It's not an assigned position. It's not like, okay, after 2 years, You get to be a sponsor. You can choose to be a sponsor or not. If you're
I couldn't go become a sponsor.
no, you can become a counselor, but most counselors have history in it also, because it's not like a professor at the beginning of a lecture telling students how to do something. It doesn't work like that. The professor can't learn what I've learned on the streets in a book. You have to be on the streets. You have to know how it works. You have to go through what I've gone through.
Yeah.
I thought about becoming a counselor.
It's a very practical thing versus academia. It's very theoretical. You have kids that go to college, that go straight to academia, and it's like you don't even know.
But it's the same way on almost anything. You can read a map. That doesn't make you a good taxi driver. You don't know the shortcuts. The map will tell you how the map tells you to get from point A to point B. That's why a lot of these third world country people that come to be taxi drivers, they don't know the shortcuts. They don't know what's crowded at what time. It comes with years on the street driving people around. That's how you learn.
All right. So you go through the 6-month program. You're on the
get out. I go back home. I move. Melody's Beth's waiting for me. Kids waiting for me. I move in with them, and everything's going along for a while.
How long is a while?
A while. Let's see. I would say, let's see. So, the day I turned myself in, by the way, back to the history crossing my life, the day I turned myself in and went back to the county was the day Katrina hit. So when I got to jail, I said to myself, I need to do something productive with my life instead of sitting here wasting my life away. I could be stuck on a roof in New Orleans getting rescued by a helicopter or having my house blown away like all these people flooded out like everybody in New Orleans. So I'm going to turn this whole thing into a positive. And that's when I started writing and walking and reading and doing something positive.
Well, promoted why walking?
Because I was in a dorm-style day room and I had the freedom to do that. I wasn't in...
Was there weight
confined?
Was there lift weights?
No, just jail. They don't have that in jail.
Okay.
They don't even have treatment in jail. They had AA meetings. I didn't go. I didn't participate at that point. They should have. If you're there for a drug charge, you should have mandatory 28-day treatment before you even see the judge. I had to wait 6 weeks. I could have graduated treatment again in jail if they would have had it, but they didn't have it.
All right. So for the listener, let's do a little side trail for someone that. Because I want young people to listen to this as well and get a taste for that life to be like, maybe I don't want to go down that path. And to hear what those consequences are. So explain to the listener what jail is like.
Jail sucks.
Yeah.
You've got state-issued shoes, which are rock hard. In my story, I talk about my shoes. It's one of the things that was a big deal for me because...
So they're not giving you Nikes?
No, they don't give you padded Nike Air Jordans. No, they don't do that. You wear these flip-flop plastic, hard-ass Walmart plastic shoes that are $5.99 that they probably pay $1.99 when you buy a million pair at a time for state or whatever. Okay. And you wear these overalls. And
are they always orange?
Orange, red, different colors, different counties, different levels.
Movies is always orange or black and white?
Well, that's what you always see, because when you get booked in, they're orange or red in the booking. That's when your picture's taken. Then you go to classification. If you're a bad guy, you're killing people, beating people up, aggressive, history, bad, then you get stripes and you go to a different level. Different colors mean different levels. Stripes are usually bad. It's more severe. Do not separate.
The movies are somewhat accurate?
Fair, but the picture you see on TV is always the end processing picture. Okay. That guy might be high level, segregation the whole time, but you don't know that until the second or third day when you go to classification. Until then, you're kept pretty isolated. Maybe you and another guy in a cell until you get to classification. Then you can either go to minimum, medium, or segregation. There's 3 different levels usually.
All right. So jail. What's the day?
Shitty food. Worse than the military.
You get 3 meals.
You get 3 meals a day, and you get a cot. And a lot of people love that because when you get there, you've been up for a long time. Like me, I slept my first weekend in jail the whole time because I'd been up for so long. A lot of people sleep for days. Like they've been out for years on the run, and they literally will sleep they'll get up and eat breakfast, and they go back to sleep till lunch, then they go back to sleep till dinner, and then they're up from dinner till midnight, and then they go to sleep, and they're just up for the meal.
You get your 3 meals,
but they give you your 3 meals. You got some books you can read, but they're missing chapters at a time. Harlequin romance and Louis L'Amour. So I have since donated a bunch of my books to jails all over the place when I go places. The
So
TV's limited.
not-
It's usually cops or Fast and Furious. That's about it, you know.
So compare, since you've done both, compare basic training to jail.
Oh, basic training's way better in jail. When I was in processing in prison, I was in a cell about half of the size of this room with 2 bunks, a toilet, and a desk. That's it. No privacy, no window, no clock. You don't know what time it is. If you can look out the window of your door cell and you can see a clock, you might know. Otherwise, the door's unlocked, time for chow, you know, and you go. And you got to wait in line to eat every meal. You don't just get to eat whenever you want. You got to wait in line behind 200 people. It's a pain. And you get, you know, chicken on Monday, meatloaf on Tuesday, burritos on Wednesday, spaghetti on Thursday. You know, it's generic. Oatmeal for breakfast 3 days a week. Pancakes for breakfast 2 days a week.
I mean, for a homeless guy, that sounds pretty good.
Powdered scrambled eggs. Well, yeah, sometimes it is. Sometimes it's a step up. That's why people reoffend, because they don't care. They're better off in jail for a month than they are on the streets, especially when it's 17 degrees out.
So it's funny, I'm learning about jail and stuff from people I interview. Cliff, the guy I interviewed.
Cliff in jail? Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Huh?
I didn't see the whole thing.
Cliff went to jail?
I don't know. I'm asking.
You didn't know that?
No. I only saw the beginning part of it. I didn't see the whole thing.
Wait, I'm sure he's told you he's been to jail.
No. Some things he keeps to the heart. There's a lot of stuff he's going to learn about me while watching this if he watches.
Oh, it's on YouTube if you want to.
Oh, well, see? No, that's what I'm saying.
That's an interesting story. I could, I mean, it's not private.
Get the 2 of us together?
No. So he was in jail for check fraud.
Oh.
He didn't share his.
I'll hear it from him, but so we don't interrupt this. There was a guy in Snohomish County when I was there for that 30 days. He was in jail for credit card fraud. His wife would meet people outside the jail, and other inmates would come to her with cash, like $500, and this lady with a stolen credit card would bail out the chick's husband who was in jail with me. So this chick is bailing out 5 people a day on a credit card while her husband's in jail for credit card fraud. Do the math, Snohomish County. These people were disappearing left and right. And I'm like, where are all these people going? Oh, my wife, why, you need to get out? I couldn't, because I was there on a hold on transport, so I couldn't get bailed out.
So anyways, I won't go into Cliff's story, but as I hear different stories from people, I'm getting a pretty interesting perspective on jail. But
it's not fun.
Jail's not fun. So basic training's more fun.
Basic training's more of a mind game. Jail is just confinement.
I don't know if you know. I've been to basic training, so I know.
Yes, when you said MOS, I knew you were in the military, because the only people that know the words MOS are the military.
Yeah,
that's how you know if anybody's been in the military. Some guys will bullshit it. Oh yeah, I'm a veteran. Can you help me? I'm like, what was your MOS? Oh, I drove trucks. What was your MOS? I don't remember. Bullshit.
Yeah,
you weren't in the military. If you don't know your MOS, we're never in the military.
Yeah,
because you know your MOS.
So comparing basic training to prison jail, you would pick basic training, because I mean basic training, it's pretty.
Basic training, you get out, you're learning stuff, you're doing new stuff. It's a mind game. It's if you can handle it psychologically, basic training's better. It's good for you physically. I mean, they don't beat you down and they don't confine you. The prison is, jail is just restrictiveness.
You feel less humane in jail?
Yeah, you're just a number.
You feel subpar.
And you are in the military to some extent, but they're teaching you a trade. You're learning something you can further.
In the military, they're breaking you down to build you back up.
And
Where in
so,
jail,
the first month of basic sucks, but I take the first month of basic over a year in prison by a mile. Yeah.
Yeah. So you've spent at this time
too much.
4 months in jail total, 6 months. We haven't gotten to the part where you got popped in your probation.
Total time was, I'd say, a month on the transport. The time, that was about 2 months. Then then about 6 months total, 7 months, maybe a year total.
Yeah.
Spaced out, a month here, a weekend here, a week
a year
there.
Of your life sitting in a prison with because prison is also no meaning or purpose. Right?
No, the prison I was at it was a program, first time felony boot camp. You
So that is
learn,
a
you
prison.
train.
It is a prison.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
It was it was minimum security, right? The CO, we had a morning meeting and an evening meeting. We had classes in between, and everybody
So that
had to
was
have a
actual
job.
prison.
It was a prison,
Okay.
surrounded by concertina wire and a fence. And we had snow we had to shovel all the time. At one point at the evening meeting, the CO, the military guy, comes out with his picture. And it's the wire, concertina, right, fence, and the concertina wire. All the snow's piled up to it like a big ramp. We literally could have ran up and jumped over the fence and taken off. He goes, guys, you can't do this. You can't do this. You got to dig the snow away from the fence tomorrow. You know, that's where we were piling the snow. It's kind of funny at first. Then we had to reshovel the snow, and nobody's going to escape because you got 4 feet of snow and you're wearing a pair of jeans and a jean jacket and a hood and a skull cap. You're going to make it 5 feet, and you're going to leave a trail that they're going to find you in 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So who's going to run away? You know.
Yeah. All right. So jail's different than prison, but so for the young person who's listening to this, is jail? Would you recommend jail for anyone? Is it?
No,
it's
not at all.
It's not fun.
But until a lot of people, just like the drugs, until you try it for yourself, you're not going to know. Yeah. Some people will reoffend just so they're off the streets.
But here's wisdom is learning from other people's experiences, and so it's like, jail's not worth it. You don't have to go to jail to know it's not worth it. There's some things in life you don't have to experience. Right. You don't have to experience drugs. There's enough people out there that have done it at this point where you can be like, hey, here's the benefits, if you can call it that. Here's the risk. It may not be worth it.
No, it's not. And I haven't gotten there yet, but there are physical ramifications that have down the road surfaced that have proven that to me and solidified my sobriety.
All right. So you went through this 6-month course. You passed. Now you're out. You're living with Beth.
I'm back
with the kid.
Beth and the kid. Everything's going great. I ended up started roofing some of my old people. Recovery. Sobriety.
This is
not
early
recovery.
50s or
sobriety.
late 40s?
This is, let's see, 2008. Let's see. I got out 2006. So 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, everything's going okay. Couple slips here and there. I didn't really have to check in. I was on this weird thing for 2 years. I didn't have to check in, and I slipped a few times. I was forgiven. We moved on.
Beth forgave.
They were few and far between. And then something Idaho called Beth's sister's house where I was living when I got out. Mm-hmm. And her sister says, oh, no, he's not here. He hasn't lived here for a year. He's probably at the Motel 6 doing drugs. And the people on the phone flipped out. They're like, what? So they sent the cops to the Motel 6 to have me arrested.
You were at Motel 6?
Yeah. I was not in a room in my name, but they were there looking for me. And I knew that because somebody else was trying to check in, and they heard the cops asking the check-in lady about me. And so I wasn't there, so they left. Mm. And then, I don't remember what happened after that, but I ended up going back to Idaho. I wasn't using. I was fighting with Beth, and I was staying at the hotel or with some friends or something, and they all said I was using, but I wasn't. So I ended up getting arrested, and I get chain gang back to Boise again, but instantly this time, not 30 days later. Like the next, they
didn't even test you to see if the drugs.
No, I got arrested Wednesday, and when I got back to Idaho, they didn't even test me. They did so I get out, and they put me on a more restricted probation because for some reason for 2 years. They weren't supervising me at all.
Yeah, so they did let you.
So then I go back to Idaho. Then I got out. They released me on my own recognizance.
What's your relationship with Idaho now? Do you hate it? Or?
With what?
Idaho.
Oh, you want to see my map to Idaho? It goes across the state of Washington, down into Utah or Wyoming, whatever's under there, up and over to Montana.
Idaho does that.
No, it doesn't exist. It's a big old weird-shaped hole in the United States, as far as I'm concerned.
It's like
not even. Yeah.
All your stuff happened. It's funny because all your trauma happened in Washington and Oregon.
Yeah.
And you have that one.
I go there one time. That's what they say. You go to Idaho on vacation, you leave on probation, you come back on a violation. That's exactly what happened to me. I went over for a visitation. I left on probation, and I came back for a violation. Exactly. That's what they said when I first got
It's
arrested.
such a narrow, like, to
Oh,
go,
I know. It's this skinny little thing. Yeah.
to go from
Yeah.
Washington to Montana.
Yeah.
It's like,
Well, no,
I know.
up north it is, but down
Yeah.
south it's as
Yeah.
big as everything else, as big as everybody else, but still. So, yeah, that girl I went to visit was like, hey, how are you doing? I actually looked her up on classmates.com the other day. I left her a little note. Hey, how are you doing? Haven't heard from you in a while. Drop me a line sometime, but I haven't heard back from her.
yeah, I wonder if your experience would have been different in Washington if you had been caught up in the
Oh,
Washington.
yeah, I would have
court.
gotten drug court and been released on my own recognizance, locally, probation here, check-ins, thorough
They probably
thorough
would,
oversight. See, once I went back and got put on stricter probation, I had a probation officer. I bought a house. I put money down, put $10,000. I was doing good in roofing again. Things were turning around. I got a house off Seattle Hill Road. I was living there with Beth and my son. This was 2008. I was there till, actually I bought it in 2008 and I rented it to somebody for a year. Then I remodeled it for a year. And then we moved in there for a bit. And then my son graduated from college and I slipped up a couple times and she left me again. And I was all alone in that house.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I was there for a while. And I was in an accident in 2012. I got off probation. And
So you passed the 7 years at this point.
I succeeded. Yeah, I passed probation after 6 years. In 2012, I got off probation. And like the next week, I actually wasn't that week, that I got in an accident. I was on a roof and I fell and I landed on a railing of going up a ladder on the inside of a building, carrying some stuff up the roof to the guy that was my boss when I was going back and forth to Eugene all the time, that guy. And I fell backwards and I landed on the railing, broke my tailbone. And I fell down and the staircase went down and I hit my head on this staircase railing and I tumbled and then I hit my head on the other half of the staircase
Not a
railing.
good time.
Cracked my skull in 5 places, broke my tailbone. I landed on, and then I rolled down to the second. I was on
Is this
third
your
floor.
late 40s or early 50s?
This was late 40s. And I tumbled down and I landed on the landing in a puddle of blood. Both my ears, my nostrils, my eyes, and my mouth were all bleeding. And my roommate at the time, who was living with me after Beth and my son had moved out, wrapped my head in a shirt and they airlifted me from the Kirkland waterfront where the job was to Harborview.
Were you supposed to be tied off on the roof?
I wasn't on the roof. I was on the ladder going up to the roof.
Oh.
The stuff I was carrying is the new stuff that replaced hot tar, got replaced by torch down, got replaced by PVC. PVC rolls were about 300 pounds. You're supposed to crane them onto the roof for this particular reason. I was going up this ladder when all this happened, and the guy on the roof was pulling it up with a rope, and I was carrying it, and I flipped on the ladder and went back and had this accident. These ladders should be caged, but they weren't. So you can't carry stuff like that up them, but they weren't at the time. Anyway, so I was in a coma for 6 days, and my brain was swelling so bad gave me CAT scans.
They induce you into a coma?
Medically induced coma until the swelling reduced. They were going to drill my skull over and over, but they never had to. So when I healed from that, the cartilage in your skull where it heals is crooked from your birth skull. Mm-hmm. So now my vision's all screwed up.
Now it is?
Now it is. When I lean back, I see double. My depth perception's all screwed up. And I have vertigo real bad. I can't roof anymore. And I'm on Social Security disability.
Was that depressing when you realized you couldn't roof anymore?
It was. I still did it some under the table here and there before I got onto disability. Mm-hmm. Now I get a job and piece it out to somebody else and skim a little off the top, but I don't get on the roof anymore.
Yeah. You still have the knowledge to, if you wanted to get estimates and bids, but you can't do that.
I was on the roof from 81 till 2012.
Yeah.
I had a girlfriend or a business partner doing all the administrative stuff. I am not tech savvy enough to do that stuff myself. I am way behind. I could go to school on the GI Bill from my military benefits, take some computer classes, and try to do something like that. But I'm on the entrepreneurial side of me has got me going somewhere else. I've been working for myself since 5 years old.
Yeah.
I don't like working by the hour. I like working by myself for the
So
goal.
did that accident, was that enough of a catalyst to completely get you off?
Yeah, that accident with the brain injury and whatnot. Shortly after that, I had a mini stroke after I got back home. And the mini stroke I had, they said was a blood clot induced because of my drug use. So no more drugs after that.
And how long have you been drug free?
Since 2012.
12. So 12 years. That's a long time. You don't miss it anymore.
I've smoked some pot since then, but I'm narcotic free since then.
Yeah.
When they legalized pot, I had to see what the difference was, because now you had a smorgasbord. You had 8 different types. I wanted to see what was what.
You got edibles and all that stuff.
But it wasn't really my thing. I started getting cough real bad. I got COPD, and there's the ramification of all the smoking I had done.
Yeah, all that stuff will catch up to you at some point.
They say if you stop when you're 50, your lungs will heal. Your liver will heal. Well, I didn't stop drinking, till later on. There's still another chunk left here, but not much. We're getting there.
Yeah.
But
so here's a question I asked. I posed this question to Cliff as well. And no one seems to really have an answer. And the question I have is, so you went through all this in your life, the drugs, the alcohol. Would you say you hit a rock bottom ever?
Oh, yeah. 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
Before rehab each time, before jail, before prison,
and it seems
losing the house.
It seems like that injury was enough catalyst for you to just, what made that injury make it so that you didn't want to pick up drugs again? Because you had tried before.
I didn't even go to the hospital for the TIA. I had the mini stroke. I went to the hospital. I didn't realize what it was. I just thought I was cramping up or something. Mm-hmm. But I go to the doctor a little bit later, and they did some tests, and they said, "Yeah, you had a mini stroke." And they go, "Did you ever use drugs?" I go, "Oh."
You're like, dabbled.
Look, it's one thing one person you don't lie to in the world, and that's your doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used to smoke a lot of cocaine. Well, that's it. This is a blood clot that has moved its way through your body from your drug use. If you do drugs again, this could happen again really, really easily. I would suggest you stop, or you could be paralyzed on the left. It was the left-hand side of my body for about 20 minutes, and it went away. Because if you do drugs again, that's more than likely going to happen.
So
you need to stop.
Because you've had that feedback that if you do this, that's enough motivation for you not to.
Correct. And just like when Beth moved in and would not quit smoking cigarettes, eventually when her and I split up, she got breast cancer. She stopped smoking cigarettes.
Yeah.
She didn't do it for me. She didn't do it for the business. She didn't do it for the house or the boyfriend. She did it when her health mandated that she does.
So here's the thing.
That's when I quit doing drugs. Same thing.
The thing I'm trying to get at is we humans, we respond to feedback, to stimulus, to the carrot and the stick, right? And so I have a desire to work with young people, 18 to 30. And so it's like, sure, you can go through life making maybe not ideal decisions, but there will be consequences to pay in the future.
Correct.
But because those consequences are so far out, it's hard for people to grasp, like, if I smoke this cigarette today, I'm not going to get cancer tomorrow.
Right.
If I smoke this cigarette for 20 years, I'm increasing my likelihood of getting cancer.
Correct.
Right? And so the question I have is, how do you speed up that process so you know that the logic, because now, man, I know I shouldn't have done all that stuff. And I know it wasn't beneficial for me. but you went through all of that. And I'm not going to judge you on that, say that's right or wrong. It's just more of, can I take your story, Cliff's story, anyone who's experienced that, and be like, hey, this guy already went through all that, so you don't have to.
Correct.
So now that when you're 18 to 25 and you're facing that, or a high schooler, hey, high schooler, you can go through that. You can get on the drugs, you can get all that stuff, but realize this is the outcome.
This is how it all ends up. It's like there's no old drug dealers. They're all dead in jail, or in prison. You know, it's a young man's game, and you either figure it out and move on with your life, or you pay the consequences, and they are made for you. You know, it's that simple, and that's what a lot of people in treatment say the same thing. I wish I would have got it my first time, because I didn't get it at IOP. I didn't get it at Sundown. I didn't get it at prison. That's 3 times there, and I'm not done yet. Okay, I'm not bragging. This is what not to do.
Right.
And that's why I said I wasn't ready yet. I wasn't ready to stop. I had to figure things out for myself, and that's where the story continues.
So my question is, how do we speed that process up?
If they knew how to do that, they wouldn't need any of this.
That's a $1 trillion question.
Exactly. You'd be a trillion, quadrillionaire. You'd own the planet if you had that magic pill that would just make people stop. You know? So you imagine some pharmaceutical company coming up with that? So you didn't crave any drugs? No more addiction, no more alcoholism, no more gambling addiction.
Because I was talking to Cliff, because Cliff didn't really, he said basically 18 to 32, alcohol was my main driver in life. And it wasn't until 32, he has a fun story. You should actually hear it.
I've heard parts of it in different segments, but I've never put it all together. And sometimes when you hear so many different stories, you forget whose was what, and you lose it until you sit down and hear the whole thing.
So he
hence the value of this.
He had a supernatural experience.
Yes, I knew. I've heard of that one.
That helped after that experience was like, no more.
Right.
And so I posed the question to him, like, wouldn't that have been nice at 18 to get the catalyst? I'm not saying you have to have a supernatural, but like, how can we help young people so they don't go?
You can't until they live it. And I'm not at that point yet in my story, but when I get there, it'll make sense with everything else that's happened, and you'll realize. But we're pretty close though. But,
yeah. So that's the question I have.
Yeah. Pharmaceuticals are working on that all over the planet.
Yeah.
And when they figure that out, you got it.
It's pharmaceuticals, but also lifestyle, and it's also
therapy.
Before therapy, it's
education.
It's called preventative care, right? Because I like to listen to a lot about longevity, and we call it healthcare, but it's really sick care, taking care of the patient after they already have the thing.
Right.
Well, the best way to take care of the patient is make sure they don't get the thing in the first place. That's preventative care.
Yeah, there's somebody's trying to get one of the senators' seats in this election, and they're going at it with fentanyl treatment, because what's not taken care of now is going to cost 20 times in social, economic,
people just don't
legal, health, and other expenses down the road.
People don't like thinking long term.
And that's what my problem was. It's called instant gratification. I want what I want when I want it. And
I don't know.
That's what I was when I was younger.
How you solve the human condition. I mean, if you're into spirituality, then it's God.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Some people find it that way. Some people find it financially. Some people find it physically. Some people find it morally. And it just depends on the person. Each person finds it at different stages in their life for different reasons. And that's why there is no one thing that will solve it. Yeah. Because your background, your history, your genealogy, your physiological makeup, determines your
proclivities.
Yeah, proclivities to catching it or being a victim of it, as opposed to benefiting from it. Yeah. Other people see what it is. They see there's a market there. They take advantage of it. They deal their whole life and make a fortune, casually or economically or whatever, and they never use any. Get high on your own supply and they get rich. And then at some point they get to their certain number and they quit and walk away. Yeah. There's a lot of people that do that. Not very many. Yeah. Those are the very smart and unaddicted ones that make something out of it. But
if you're not a user of your product, you probably have a higher chance.
That's what I did with the pot when I bought the house, started the business, and walked away. It was never a problem. I benefited from that. I made a lot of money, and I did the right thing. And for a while, everything was great.
So let's talk about, you're in your 50s now. Did you, after your doctor tells you don't do it?
Doctor says don't do it. I'm narcotic free after that.
Okay.
Beth is gone. Son is off to college, Western, and I start rebuilding my business yet again. And things are moving along. I'm drinking a little bit, and I'm smoking a little weed now and then, but nothing bad. My license is suspended for too many tickets. No operator's license, so my license was iffy. I kept driving, but I didn't have a valid driver's license because I owed a ton of money. I don't know. I think after a certain time that disappeared because that no longer exists. And I do have a license now, but I mean, these are the penalties I paid. But I started working back with my old partner. He knew I was sober, so he let me run some work from this company through him. I built up another crew. I was living at the house on Seattle Road, and it was not really a party house like I used to be, like my other houses used to be. But we drink beer and watch the game. We smoke a joint on the patio. I had some property. We kind of used it as a yard. I was, I had the crew. We were going to the bank and getting the cash again. And this is why this under the table thing, now that I'm on disability, I did so much cash under the table work that my check is super small because I didn't register 70% of the money I made. Or I'd be, picking up a huge fat paycheck and I wouldn't care. But now I have to subsidize my disability a little bit in order to survive. So I do what I can, and I'm trying to get full-time gainful employment that with something that I'm profitable enough with my writing and whatnot. Mm-hmm. But so I'm doing all this and everything's going great. And then the company I was getting all this work from went bankrupt. They left owing a whole bunch of people a whole bunch of money, but not me, because the guys that were working there kind of gave me a heads up and said, hey, these guys are a little squirrely here. I wouldn't trust them too much. Be careful. So they ended up owing me for one job. There was other roofers that they were doing work with that owed them tens of $10, $20, $30,000 that all got screwed. So, and I ended up working for the guys that warned me about this company and some other people. I did what I could, and that went on for quite a while, and then COVID hit. And when COVID hit, in the beginning of COVID, I was drinking a little much. I had done a bunch of work, and I was doing okay financially. And then when COVID hit, I started drinking like a fish. I just started drinking like crazy. And there was no work, and the whole world was shutting down. And I said to myself, you know what? I can have a little drink. At least I'm not smoking crack anymore. I'm not doing coke anymore. What's wrong with a little alcohol? No big deal. And I started drinking, and I kept drinking, and I kept drinking, and I kept drinking. And after a while, once again, Beth and my son showed up and said, hey, you need to go to the hospital. And I said, no, I don't. I'm fine. Don't worry about it. I'm okay. I was literally tapering down at the time because I knew I was getting out of control again. I was drinking about a 6-pack of Mike's Harder Black Cherries every day. Those are 8%. And that wasn't really a lot compared to the vodka I was drinking for the month or for the year or so before. I was drinking about a gallon of vodka a day with orange juice. And the sugar was, and how you can survive on liquor, like you were telling me, my body had gotten to that point. I didn't really eat. I was just drinking. But it wasn't working. And I had some money saved up, and I'd get some jobs, and I'd give somebody else to do it, and I'd make a little off the top. And then, so they tell me we're going to the hospital. And I said, okay. So we go to the hospital. I was drinking a 6-pack a day. Now I was down to about 2 a day. I was tapering down to quit because I knew something was wrong. I could tell physically something was wrong. My body was not operating normally. I wasn't really getting drunk anymore either. It had stopped filtering the alcohol. It wasn't working anymore. So I tapered down, and I think I was down to 2 a day. And they took me to the hospital. And I go in and I don't remember the first 2 or 3 days. I don't know what they did. It wasn't a drug-induced coma. I was just out of it. And when I came to, I'm talking to the nurse. She goes, "Who brought you here anyway?" And I said, "Oh, my son and my ex." And she goes, "Well, you need to thank them." And I said, "Why?" And they said, "Your blood pressure was almost non-existent. If you would have not come to the hospital that day, you probably would have died in your sleep." I said, "Wow." They said, your blood sugar level was through the roof. Those Mike's Harder Black Cherries are pure sugar. Alcohol is pure sugar.
Yeah.
The vodka and the orange juice, pure sugar. That's all I lived on for about a year, was booze and juice. And so your normal glucose sugar level is supposed to be between 100 and 150. So the perfect is 125. When I got into the hospital with no blood pressure, my glucose level was 862. I was millimeters away from a diabetic coma. So now I've got cirrhosis of the liver, pancreatic failure, and diabetes. So I'm in the hospital for about 3 weeks. And I get out of the hospital and I start going to AA. I find a program where I met Cliff. This was about 3 years ago. I met Cliff. I go to these meetings once a week. I get a sponsor. I start working the program for the first time in my life. I didn't go to treatment or anything. I knew, once again, for the umpteenth time in my life, hey, you got a problem. And now I'm not 18 anymore. It doesn't bounce back. Everything I've done up to this point are now catching up to me physically. I'm physically incapable of healing. I'm not. When you're 50 and you stop, your liver will heal. Well, now I'm 57, 58. It doesn't heal like it did at 50. My lungs don't recover if I start smoking, which I don't anymore. I didn't take that up. I was just drinking a lot. And so I go to the meetings. I work in a program. I get a sponsor. I'm doing AA activities. I'm developing the fellowship that comes in recovery that I never had when I went to IOP or treatment or the prison. I just tried to do it on my own. And I realized there's a brotherhood there. That's how I got to know Cliff. He'd get me some work once in a while. There's other people there I did some work for. There's other people there that worked for me, that drove me. I didn't have a license. I eventually got my license, and then I got a job. I got a job at a roofing supplier that I used to get material from, and I was assembling roofing parts. And I had that job for about a year. I got my license back. I got a vehicle. I turned my life around. I lost the house that I was living in Seattle Hill Road. When COVID hit, everything went belly up, and that house slipped out from underneath me. And so I ended up moving into an apartment over off the farm, over off of 128th by Archbishop Murphy High School. And I'm there I work in the program, and I had the job, and then I had a vehicle, and I had a blow and go, and everything was going good. And
Are the blow and goes really inconvenient?
It's not compared to taking a bus everywhere and walking.
So
no.
Here's why I asked.
I got a DUI. I got a girlfriend. Me and her broke up. A new girlfriend. She moved out, and I was drunk one day, and I went and got a new lock at Lowe's, and I got a DUI in that process.
This is the recent?
No, it's just a new girl. This was 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
Before COVID. The reason I ask is I saw there's a regulation. I don't know if it's nationwide or if it's just the state of Washington. They're trying to force car manufacturers to build something like that into every car.
Yes, they should. It'd be that simple. No more DUIs ever. No car could start without making sure it's a sober person in there. Sometimes they're saying just filtering the air in the vehicle. You can smell alcohol, which means you couldn't transport a drunk person.
But what I'm saying is, for the guy like me who never tasted alcohol in his life or has no desire, I'm now paying for that. So why should I have to pay for that in my car when I'm not alcohol? That's what I'm saying. It's like,
you don't kill anybody, but you pay for prisons. Right. Same thing, right?
Yeah.
I never killed anybody. I'm paying for prisoners to be incarcerated.
Well, you were in prison.
It's a safety issue.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah. But still,
Yeah,
I think it's.
I look at that law and it's like, well, it's just one more reason for car prices to keep going up.
What happens when your son gets killed? He's a high school valedictorian. He graduates. He's got a scholarship to Stanford to get his law degree, and he gets killed by a drunk driver. This got his 6th or 7th offense.
Well, I'm not opposed to cars having it.
Yeah.
Just to make it a blank, and maybe, and what the article is trying to say is like, just like we put seatbelts in every car.
Yeah.
No one questions that in today's world.
How many lives does that save?
When seatbelts first came out, it was very controversial. Yep. You can't make me do this. Now it's not even a thing. It's like, but my seatbelt.
Same thing.
So then it's like, all right, can we make sure it's done in such a way where it's I don't want to be blowing into something, but
it's nothing.
Yeah.
Done. And they'll say yes or no. Here's the problem, though. I drive down the road with my blown.
Doesn't have to be calibrated and checked and all. There's
rules, but the rules are there for the legal system. If every vehicle's got it, it's like collect calls from prison. They cost you call collect from a phone booth to call grandma. It's 5 cents or it's $2, right? You call collect from prison to talk to your girlfriend because you're in prison. It's like $25. Why charge the people that can least afford it the most? That's taking advantage of the downtrodden. Yeah. Same thing. So
you're not opposed to that?
You buy a top ramen at Winco, they're like 10 cents a piece. You buy a top ramen on commissary in prison, it's like 75 cents.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Poor guy's in jail, he's making $1.50 an hour. You're going to charge him $7 for a ramen? It's ridiculous. Yeah. And they need the food. They want the food because the jail food sucks. Prison food sucks. Don't do the crime if you can't do the time. But still, you shouldn't punish more,
Yeah.
If you can get it for 10 cents at Winco, you should get it for 10 cents on commissary.
Yeah.
Because they should be able to buy more for every prison in the state. You got 1,800 people in Monroe. You probably got 5,000 in the state. You should be able to get 50,000 ramens at a time.
Let's talk about John today, where he's at.
Sorry.
Recap on as you look reflectively on your life and you're like, I don't have regrets, but there's maybe some things that I want to make sure other people don't do.
I'm almost there.
Okay.
I need a few. I know I keep getting distracted. I'm sorry. I'm bad like that. I'm so clean and sober with the program with Cliff. I'm getting these coins. I'm working the steps. I'm the first guy my sponsor has sponsored that's actually completed the steps. I'm active in my recovery. Everything's going great. I'm in my apartment. My truck breaks down. I no longer need the blow and go. That was my checks and balances. I've lost my job. I had surgery on my arm. They fired me when I went back to get to work, probably because I'm too old. And so my cable is shut off because I didn't pay the bill or something. I'm running out of money. I'm down in the community center watching the Seahawks game on my birthday, 5 days before my 18th month anniversary of sobriety. And these guys come down there to party with vodka and orange juice. And I'm like, you know what? I'm doing much better. My false pride. I'm okay. I've been sober for almost 18 months. I can have a drink. Nobody's ever going to know. I'm going to have a few drinks and I'm not going to tell anybody. Nobody's going to know. So after almost 18 months sober, I have a drink, which ended up being 6 or 7. The Seahawks won. And I watched the Sunday night game. And I go home. I go up into my room and I go to sleep. And at 5 a.m, I get up to take a piss. And at 5:59, I had walked from my apartment a quarter mile down the street to the Albertsons at 35th and 132nd there. And I was waiting for them to open the door at 6 o'clock with my duffel bag on my back because I didn't have a vehicle. And I bought like 4 bottles of vodka, 10 bottles of orange juice, and I went back.
So isn't this in theory where you should be calling your sponsor to tell them?
Correct. That's when I should have called my sponsor. That's when I didn't do. They call it, I slipped. And when you slip stands for sobriety loses its priority. And that's what happened. I quit going to meetings. I didn't have my blow and go. I quit answering my phone. I blamed everything on my health. I slipped like a month before, literally. And there was a meeting right next to my house that I started going to also because I could walk there when my truck broke down. I stopped going to that meeting. I stopped answering my phone. I hibernated. I isolated. I didn't do what I should have done. Anyway, so I ended up drinking for about 30 days straight, nonstop. I would get up and walk to the store in the morning. My drinking buddy from the Seattle Roadhouse showed up. He's got the same problems I had. He didn't go to the meetings with me, but he did in the beginning, but he stopped going. He showed up when I started drinking again. He just miraculously showed up, like he could smell it on the freeway. It was just weird. And so him and I were drinking and blah, blah, blah through the football season for like months straight. And I was running out of money. And I knew I had to stop. So this time I stopped. Thursday night, I stopped. And Friday, I was going to take a train down to Portland to visit my brother and his 2 kids. And I'm sober all day Friday. I'm totally broke. I don't have any more vodka. I don't drink all day Friday. I visit him. I spend the night. I get up Saturday morning. And because I had drank literally for 720 straight hours nonstop, I would literally get up and drink whatever was left over with the drink next to me, and I'd start drinking. And if you do that, you get drunk immediately. You don't have to wait to build up 4 or 5 drinks. It's just instantly like you were when you went to sleep. And I just drink until I pass out, and I'd start drinking again. And at some point, I would stagger down, or my buddy would drive me down, and we'd get more. And we were drinking for literally just till we passed out over and over again. And so I'm sober all day Friday. I take the train down to visit him. I get up Saturday morning, and I'm shaking really, really bad. I was on insulin from my diabetes that I now had. I couldn't put the needle in the cap because I was shaking so bad I kept breaking the needles. And I thought I was going into diabetic shock, but I was detoxing from alcohol. So I go into the bathroom and I collapse. I have a seizure. I fall down, I cut my wrist, I bang my head, I bounce between the toilet and the sink, and I have a seizure, and they called 911, and I go to the hospital in Portland. If I would not have gone down to Portland to visit my brother, I would have had that seizure in my apartment where I had isolated for the last 30 days.
Yeah, no one would have.
And I would have died in my apartment. Mm-hmm. So I should have died that day. But going to visit my brother saved my life. I wake up, once again, I'm out for a day or two, in and out of consciousness, and I could hardly walk. Nurses were taking care of me. I couldn't get to the bathroom. It was just sad. This is the physical problems that had manifested themselves over years of physical abuse. And so I finally get out of the hospital. I had to learn how to walk I couldn't walk. I had to learn how to walk in a wheelchair, and then I had to do it with crutches. I was kind of rehabbing in the hospital and whatnot. I was there for 3 weeks. And when I got out...
This is like 2020...
This was 17 months ago.
Yeah.
This was November. I spent Thanksgiving. I was in the hospital last Thanksgiving. It's 2022. Mm-hmm. My sobriety date is November 18th, 2022. That was the first day. That was a Friday before I took the train down. That was my first day sober, was November 18th. And I ended up spending the Thanksgiving in the hospital. I was in the hospital right up almost till Christmas. And then I got a bed date at treatment, once again, not Sundown. I went to Olalla out on the peninsula, Olalla Recovery Center. And I get out of the hospital, and I spent about a week at the house, including Christmas, in my apartment, white knuckling it, staying sober. And while my buddy popped in and out drinking, offering it to me, but I didn't, because the doctor told me when I left the hospital, he says, you can go drink again, but if you do, it's probably going to kill you. Similar to the discussion I had with this mini stroke. He says, next time you drink, you're going to drink till you're dead, or you're going to drink and you're going to stop and you're going to have another seizure that could possibly kill you. You're almost 60. Your time's up. Your body can't take this shit anymore. You've gutted yourself. My esophagus lining is shot. My intestines from my surgery when I was 13 months old, everything inside of you, they did all kinds of tests on me and stuff when I was there. Your insides, your lining is just shot on the inside of your body. You drank your last drink or you're going to die. So that solidified my sobriety right there, once again, for health reasons. So I get out, I white knuckle it, even though my buddy was trying to get me to and everything. His name was Dave, and that's his real name. You don't have to edit that, but so I don't tell you why. So he's got an electric car. Day after Christmas, he drives me to Olalla, and I check myself in. I make my bed date, and I'm there for a month.
He's trying to get you to drink alcohol, even though he's the one driving you to.
Yeah. He was my driver. He wasn't drinking on the way. He probably drank all the way home. He was probably drunk, but he wasn't drinking at the time. He drank the night before, got up, took me. As soon as he dropped me off, he probably got some more.
How old is this guy?
My age, about 5 years younger. Ex-military, 53 years old, military pension, owned a house over by Silver First by the meeting I went to. Has about $400,000 in equity in the house. Has already retired, making money. 2 renters, paying all his bills. Life's going great. Couldn't stop drinking. He wouldn't go to meetings with me. He suddenly showed up back again when I wasn't sober. So when I was sober, he disappeared. When I started drinking, he showed back up. Anyway, so he takes me to Olalla, drops me off. I go through treatment. I start believing in this program because the doctor says that I got to believe in this or I'm going to die. Okay, I'm old enough. I was the oldest guy at treatment. They called me senior. That was my nickname because there was 3 other Johns there. So I feel like I'm giving my history benefit to the young guys saying, hey, don't do what I did because you'll lose everything like I have. Example, A, B, C, D. And I felt like I got through some people with my experience. And so when I get out, I call Dave to pick me up. No Dave. I end up getting the shuttle bus back here. I come home. No Dave. What's going on? Make some calls. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, hey, I ran into a friend. Where's Dave? Oh, Dave? He's dead. Drank himself to death. Liver exploded. They found him in his bed with a bottle and his cell phone. Didn't even have time to dial 911. His insides blew up, pancreatitis, cirrhosis. Didn't take care of it. He was going to the doctor with me when I was sober for once in a while. He'd drive me, and he just couldn't stop. So that, on top of what my doctor told me, solidified my recovery forever. I am literally scared to death to drink right now.
Yeah, and the thing
I've gotten to that point finally.
And the thing is, that fear, we need to then start instilling that to people in their 20s.
Yeah, well, you have to live the experience. You have to have so many friends die. That's what these fentanyl people do. They see so many of their friends die, and they go to treatment.
So how can we artificially instill that fear into people?
When I was smoking the coke, I would cook it myself. I would buy cocaine and cook it. That way I know it's pure what I'm smoking. These pills now, you don't know what you're snorting. You don't know what you're smoking if you just get whatever they hand you.
Yeah, my friend, his brother passed away last year from
my uncle that I went fishing with. He has a set of kids, 3 boys from his first marriage, 2 boys from his second marriage. His second set of boys, one of them died of a fentanyl overdose.
Yeah. And here's what's funny about beer commercials. They always make it seem like everyone's happy.
Yeah, you are in the beginning, though, until it's a problem.
But what they failed to mention, do this for 30 years.
Yeah. But it's okay to have 1 or 2 a day for 30 years or 1 or 2 a ball game for 30 years. But I have 1 or 2 per play. It's not... I'm not, that's the addict in me. And some people can handle a glass of wine with dinner. That's fine. But some people,
Dave, who passed away, he probably drank hard in his 20s, especially if was he military for 20 years?
Yeah.
So he drank hard probably throughout his military career.
He was in the military, and then he switched from the military. He was in the Army for like 2 years, and then he re-upped when his 2 years was up, he re-upped into the Coast Guard. And he 20 years retired, full pension. Yeah. So, and every weekend, those weekender boys. Yeah. So I wasn't military full time, but every weekend after our drill or after our summer thing, every time. And there's a lot, and I go to these meetings. Now I go to 2-3 meetings a day. I go to a 6 o'clock meeting every morning right over here by Cascade High School. You can find me there at 6 a.m. every day. And then sometimes I go to...
So why do you go to these meetings?
What I've learned throughout my experiences of failure, which are numerous, you need the meetings. Everybody says, keep coming back. It works if you work it. I didn't go back. I get my slip sign, I appease Bather, my old partner, whoever I had to appease. All these other people do it to appease the court or their boss or whatever it might be. I never had to answer to any of that. Now I have to answer to myself. And I'm trying to what I learned at treatment was I have a message. So I've instilled that in my life. I go to the morning meeting. Usually I go to a 3 o'clock meeting, which I missed today because it's after 3 o'clock, which is how long we've been doing this. No big deal. Tonight, I'm going to Monroe Prison, where I have passed the background check and orientation, and I go to a Tuesday night meeting there every Tuesday. I go to another meeting Saturday morning at the prison. I do a panel at North Sound Behavioral Center in North Seattle by the Denny Youth Center. I go there every Wednesday night and do a meeting. And what I've started to realize is when I share things like this, when I tell my experience about what not to do and what happened to me and what happened to Dave and how Dave didn't get it and it cost him his life, how my nephew who died of the fentanyl overdose didn't get it and it cost him his life. That's what they need to think of. If I could get everything back from the first time I went to treatment, I'd have an $800,000 house down the street. I'd have a functioning business that Beth is now running. I'd have customers that were still there that would lead to untold riches. You're not supposed to regret the past nor shut the door on it. I regret a lot of the things I've done because it's cost me thousands and millions of dollars. If I'd have bought gold instead of cocaine every time I used, I'd have 20 of those bricks that are worth
stocks or whatever.
Oh yeah, if I'd have bought Amazon IPO or Microsoft instead of drugs, God knows how rich I'd be.
So do you think your message is getting across to these people that you're encountering?
I think it is in the meetings because it's the repetitiveness that matters. I can tell my story now, and that's one story from one guy. But when you go to these meetings, when I go to these meetings every day, certain people show up every day and they hear a different share every day. They hear a different reflection on my opinion. I don't tell this to the people in the meetings. I try to share early in the meeting. And then I gauge the quality of my share by how many other people mention my take with their share. You see what I'm saying? If they go, yeah, I like what John said. That was pretty good. He blah, 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 blah. Then I know I got through to somebody. And somebody said to me when I first started going to this meeting, goes, sometimes you don't need a meeting, which is true. I don't need the meeting. Physically, I'm not going to drink anymore. I don't go to the meeting to stop drinking. He said, sometimes you might not need a meeting, but maybe somebody in the meeting needs you. And I'm trying to be that guy now. That's why I volunteer at the prison and the youth center.
So what do you do at the prisons?
What do I do?
Yeah.
I go there and I run an AA meeting.
So you run an AA meeting?
Me and two other guys run one.
Same thing with the youth? You run an AA?
Yeah, well, it's not the youth center. It's actually there's a treatment center attached to it now. It's called North Sound Behavioral Sciences. It's a treatment center there. So it's just like it's just like Sundown that I went to, but it's smaller and it's local. Sundown's kind of a ranch out in the woods where probably some old farm. Actually, it is Sundown M Ranch, probably an old ranch, old cattle ranch or something on the river. Beautiful piece of property. I was there in the spring. It was like summer camp. It was beautiful.
So what's your relationship now? We can end soon, but what's your relationship now with Beth and your son? Before
I went to treatment, my son became an alcoholic. I didn't mention that part of the story. He went to Olala before I did. He had
what do you think drove him to that? You?
Genetics, I think.
Well, what do you think
I busted him in high school with a pot pipe. I knew he was smoking. And if you're smoking, you're probably drinking. Yeah. Most kids do. He would have his moments, and I could tell, so could Beth. And he was like his mother, his biological mother. She was a blackout drinker, and she got ugly and violent when she got drunk. That's the way he was.
So you haven't had contact with that woman?
No, she's gone. She ended up homeless under the freeway and has like 25 arrests, treatment centers, rehab, forced, all kinds of stuff. I heard she recovered for a while in her, after about 20 years of using. And she got a job, she got a license, she got everything, apartment, doing good, working out at the naval base or something. And then she relapsed and lost it all again.
Yeah.
So, and I can relate. I've done it. I know exactly what she went through, but there comes a point where it's not even about you anymore. It's about your health, your life. You know, when Dave died, and just like the stroke, the seizure, Dave, combine all those three, my time's up. You know, it comes a time when you're not 18, you gotta grow up.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at. And I'm trying to pass that message on. And I stress, don't do what I did. You know, if I could go back to the first time of treatment, the first guy that said maybe you shouldn't, when I was at the UW that taught me how to smoke freebase, if I could go back to that day and change it, I would. But you couldn't have told me to. I wouldn't have changed it then. I had to live through it. I got to this point. It's like, say, you are an accumulation of everything you've lived. That's how you become who you are. Mm-hmm. That's who I am now. Hopefully I got enough time to spread the word. And just like I think Cliff had a religious experience, I've had a physical experience. And I get it now. There comes a point, I think the 12th step in AA is having had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps. Now, maybe he had it spiritually, literally spiritually, because I know he's a very religious man. I've had it physically. I've had a spiritual awakening physically by mini stroke, seizure, and Dave dying to finally I needed those three things to get me to the point of sobriety. That's why I'm there. And these people in these meetings that I've been going to, I'm coming up on almost a year and a half now, again, for the second time. That 18th month coin that I get, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, and then 1 year, and then they go 18 months, then it's yearly after that. But they give you the 18th month coin just as a little booster to keep you going. When I get that 18-month coin for the first time since 1970, when I started sneaking bourbon out of my dad's drinks, that'll be the first time I've been sober for 18 months. It took me 3 years to get that 18-month coin. Yeah. That'll be the first time I've been sober for 18 months in my life since 1970.
Yeah. Hey, I wish they would add this to the end of the beer commercials.
Yeah, what, this little last 5 minutes? Hey, but nobody, you can't tell an 18-year-old anything. He's got to live it. You can't say, don't get on that boat. That might sink. Though, you know how often those fishing boats go down? I don't care. I can make 50 grand. I'm going on Deadliest Catch. And then he's dead the next month.
Yeah.
You know, it happens.
So I have and you may listen to this. So I have someone that I know closely that drinks alcohol regularly. Probably drives home drunk regularly.
Oh, I should have gotten 2,000 DUIs in my life.
And so is there anything I could say to him? Because he's now in his 30s. Is there anything I can say to him other than stop, don't do that?
Come to meetings.
You have a wife, you have a kid.
Does he live around here?
Yeah, he lives in Everett.
Tell him to come to Almost Awake at 6 o'clock.
He actually lives near Silver First.
Okay. Tell him to go to the Silver Lake Study Group is in Silver First.
But he would probably argue I don't have a problem.
Okay. He doesn't have to say anything. Just come and listen. Because you hear enough stories. You hear enough what happened to Bill, what happened to Bob, what happened to Steve, what happened to Mike, and you get the common denominator. You know, it's not just me. Cliff, same thing. You know, look at Goodfellas and Casino, same thing. They all got hooked on power, greed, violence, crime, whatever it was, and it brought them down. You know, you could say that about anything. Sex, power. I mean, come on. You got to be nuts to run for president. You got to be so power hungry. Yeah. You know, those guys got to be a little off. But, you know, if it makes them the president, then it's justifiable. But, you know, would you want to be president?
No.
The scrutiny. Who would want that? Yeah. You got to be a little off to want that.
So
anything.
You would say, I can't tell him to stop. His wife obviously wants him to stop.
Tell him to come listen. Just come listen, and you'll see a common denominator. Day after, I'm there every day at 6 o'clock. I went on a trip last summer. I went from Canada to Mexico. During 6 weeks that I was out of town, I hit 41 meetings in 42 days. First thing I did was get into town, and I'd find the earliest meeting. They have an app on your phone that shows you the nearest meeting to your GPS location and what time it is. And you can pick from three or four.
The thing with this individual is because he's not getting that feedback that's saying, don't do this, they'll continue to do it.
Right, until he's ready. And that's the thing. I couldn't do it for Beth. I couldn't do it for the house. Couldn't do it for the kid. Couldn't do it for the business. I couldn't do it for myself. Even though for jail, I couldn't do it for any of that. It took me to get to that certain point. Some of these people do it for the courts or their boss or whatever. You got to do it for yourself. You got to want.
He doesn't have a DUI yet, but it's like, dude, if you
when he gets it, he's going to have impound fees. He's going to have lawyer fees.
Because there'll be times where he drives home at 2, 3, 4 in the morning.
That's the worst time too.
And it's like,
what happens if he kills somebody? Then he's in prison for 20 years because of one night getting loaded. In this day and age, I get it. 40 years ago, they didn't have Uber. They didn't have an app. You didn't have a cell phone. You could call anybody from anywhere to give you a ride. Now, technology has come to the point where we can have blow and goes. We can have it in every vehicle. That's the thing with seatbelts and all the UAs that they have now. We can tell if somebody's using any drug. That shit stays in your system for days. Probation, you could pee in a cup and they can look at it and tell you what you're on right then and there. They don't have to take the blood to the lab and get it back a week later and then arrest you. They put you in cuffs right there.
So honing back to this individual that I know, just say, hey, can you please go to these?
Go there.
Go to these. Don't do it for you, but hopefully, maybe as he goes to these meetings, he'll get enough
for his wife.
He'll get enough reinforcement that will maybe trigger something to be like, hey, this is.
Tell him to come talk to me.
If you continue this route, it's not going to be.
Tell him to come to one meeting, and except on Saturday, if it's a Saturday, I have to go to the prison. If it's any other day but Saturday, I'll go to the Buzz Inn and sit with him one-on-one and talk to him for a half hour. That's what I do. I'm trying to spread the word. And like I say, if anything I do from here on in can help save one person, then it's worth it. If it can save 20, great. I'm currently, so I get out of treatment, right? And Dave's dead. My lease is up in my apartment.
How do you end up at this place?
That's where I'm getting there. My lease is up in my apartment, and my son, after he got out of Walala, he went into an Oxford house. It's a clean and sober house, which is where we're sitting right now. This is a clean and sober house. There are 7 dudes that live here.
Who owns this?
The landlord, right there behind the shrubs. He owns this house and that house and his house. He owns the Vietnamese place at the end of the street. He's got 4 or 5 properties. The Oxford leases this house from him.
Who's Oxford?
Oxford is a clean and sober housing in the country. They're all over the country. You can Google oxfordhousevacancies.com. You can pick any county in any state, and you can find houses.
So how long are you able to stay here?
I can stay here until I'm ready to get my own place.
Okay. And who's picking up the bill? Oxford.
We pay an equal share. There's 7 dudes that live here. We figure out how much power, rent, cable, food. No, not food. Power, water, garbage, cable, and rent. We take that each month. It's divided by 7, and we pay it. And we have a little bit. We round it a little high, so we got a little extra in case something comes up, something breaks.
So they're all collectively trying to pay to live.
We all go to meetings sometimes. We have house meetings. It's democratically ran. We vote on things. We vote people in. We vote people out. Those are us right there, all 7 of us.
Yeah.
Those are in the order they got here. The only new guy after me is the guy on the bottom there. That's our address. That's our phone number. See the phone number on the bottom right? That's the landlord. There's our clean date. See? Move-in date, clean date. Me, 11/18/22. So I know when everybody's sober date is. We celebrate that. We go to meetings together.
So
we have barbecue. Seahawks, Super Bowl, party. This place is just...
Yeah, it sounds like camaraderie, community,
fellowship, brotherhood.
That's a huge thing.
And I need that. When I came out of treatment in prison, or when I came out of treatment and rehab, when I went to treatment this time, I specialize in relapse prevention. I go these spurts and then I go back. I made it almost 18 months. The counselor said, you can do this. You've done it repeatedly.
Yeah.
It's relapse prevention. In order to prevent relapse, I had the blow and go in my truck still when I got out. I had, this is a herd. This is an umbrella of sobriety. If I fail UA, I'm homeless. If I blow in my truck bad, I lose my license. Can't drive. Now I don't have the blow and go anymore. I've been sober long enough. The blow and goes now out of my truck. Mm-hmm. I don't have to pay that expense. It's not really that much. It could be almost free compared to the price of a car to put a blow and go thing into it. If you did it at the level of Ford or GM or Toyota, it'd be probably $5 extra for the car. Mm-hmm. The technology's nothing compared to a $40,000 car these days. It's probably $200 for the machine that does it. It's nothing. Mm-hmm. You know, the monitoring and checking it it's super expensive, like a payphone, like a collect call used to be, because they're taking advantage of the people that have to have it. They have to pay for it, so they can charge whatever they want.
All right. So let's finish on this this thought experiment. I'm 21. I have a choice to go to a college party, and I have you sitting on my shoulder before I go to that party. What are you going to tell me?
What happens if you get too drunk? Are you going to call an Uber? Are you going to rape some girl and be in prison the rest of your life? Are you going to get in a fight and kill somebody when you're blacked out? My son was a blackout drinker. Mm-hmm. He always wanted to fight me. We got along great until he started drinking. Mm-hmm. And it was fun at first, but then after his addiction got so bad, he turned violent, just like his mother. And
how's he doing now?
He's clean and sober.
Nice.
And him and I, we don't talk much, but we've made amends. And since then, that was a while ago, and now since then we have our own issues, but it's not alcohol or drug related. It's just
you would
kids and
you would tell that person, hey, think through these scenarios.
You don't know what you're going to do.
Hopefully, there's enough fear.
Yeah.
My thing would be, just don't do it in the first place.
Yeah, if you don't do it, then you don't black out, and then you know what you're doing. Yeah. If you black out, what if you're allergic to it? What if you're allergic to cocaine and you do a big fat line and it kills you?
Yeah.
You're a great kid, valedictorian, scholarship, sports, girlfriend, life's great, and you try something, and you've got a heart defibrillation problem, or you've got an aneurysm in your brain, and one line of cocaine will kill you.
Yeah, so
is that worth gambling your line on?
Yeah.
Is that worth gambling your life on?
Mm-hmm.
That last drink killed Dave, 53. 8 years younger than me, dead, $400,000 in equity in his house. 2 renters, didn't have to work. He had so much time on his hands. He drove around from bar to bar, drinking until it killed him. 53 years old. That baffled my mind. If I got to that at 53, I bought my second house, and it failed because of COVID and economy and some other stuff. And so that one I can live with.
This is the thing I try to get across, even to myself and to people I talk to. It's the decisions you make may not affect you today, but they will affect you tomorrow.
I'm physical proof of that. I've got cirrhosis of the liver. I had pancreatic failure. Both of those are getting better. My numbers are improving. I see a liver specialist. I have COPD from all my smoking. I swim at the YMCA. I used to swim 50 laps. Now I'm lucky if I can get 5 or 6, not because I physically can't do it. I start breathing so hard from the damage I've caused my lungs. So now I can't lose the weight I've been trying to lose for a while because I can't jog. I can't physically exert myself to the point that I can lose the weight I want to lose because of the damage I've caused. I just got a trampoline in the backyard so I can start doing like jumping jacks and stuff, because that's what old guys do when they get to my age and they're overweight. They got to do something to keep healthy. So I'm trying to turn my life around. I got it for the house.
Yeah.
Just so I could have something to get healthier with. And I'm supposed to start something on the 1st of the month. There's my regiment. So I've got it assembled, and then the snow hit. So.
All right. Any last words you want to share with us?
You just don't know. You might have a medical addiction to methamphetamine, and the first line you try could kill you. And this day and age, they are putting fentanyl in everything. Any pill that you do not get from the pharmacy could contain the most minute amount of fentanyl, and that's deadly. So anything you take that doesn't come from a pharmacy is basically Russian roulette. Are you willing to spin the wheel and take a shot? Because that's what it is with drugs these days. When I was doing the cocaine, I would cook it myself because I was scared back then. Now, with all these fentanyl overdoses and stuff, I'd be scared to death to do drugs these days. I really would. The fear of all these overdoses and everything on the news. Back in my day, there was crack addicts and stuff, but they were getting in trouble and OD, and losing their health and their life, not their life per se, but they're just, go to prison and being unhealthy and whatnot. Nowadays, people are dropping dead. They say there's 5 ODs a day in the Seattle area. 5. That's poisonous drugs out there, and that's what they are now. It's too risky.
I know we were going to end, but a question I had was, because you said you're trying to make a difference in other people's lives now, which I think is great. would you have listened to, let's go back to 30-year-old version of you. If you had a 57-year-old version of you come to 30-year-old version of you and say,
Time
hey,
warp?
no, not time warp, but if you would have had a version of you, someone like you, come to you at 30 and say, hey, don't do that, you think they would have gotten through? Because you're saying, I'm trying to make a difference, right? And you can't, I'm not trying to make it sound downer, but it's
I just told you, you got to live through it sometimes.
So
I don't know how you could tell me, because
how would you tell you without living through it?
I'm a writer. I wrote the story when I was up. I thought, you know what if right now I go to sleep tonight and I wake up from the coma? Remember, I was in a coma for 6 days. What if I go to sleep tonight and I wake up in the hospital from that coma? Would my life be different from that coma now? Yes, 100%. If I woke up in prison and this was all a bad dream, would I be different from prison on? Yes. If I woke up in IOP having a dream and I still had the house and I still had the business and I still had the girlfriend and I still had my son, still at 14 years old, would I change everything from then on? Yes, I would.
Yeah. So
would that make a great story? Maybe I should write that story, but that's been done 100 times. So it's I got to do something new.
Yeah. So that's why, I think it's valuable what you're doing. My whole thing is, can I get people to not do it in the first place so that we don't have to have this whole, and I know I can't change all 8 billion people, but I can affect the people around me. And so that's why I'm so passionate about young adults, because at least they're not so far down the road where it's, hey, you next drink you drink, you're dead, where let's just not even go down that path. So I'm hoping with these stories, with having conversations with guys like you, I can say, hey, you don't have to take my word for it. Go watch this 4-hour thing. I'd rather you watch this 4-hour podcast.
Well, is this going to be 4 hours, or is it going to come down to...
No, it's...
Really? Just all the way? No editing? Wow, okay.
And I would much rather...
That's where you'll lose them, though, I think, because most kids these days don't have a 4-hour window.
I know. But so it's like, hey, you can go live 40 years and then come back to me in 40 years and say, Josiah, I wish I wouldn't have blah, blah, blah. Or you can go watch this for 4 hours and be like, hey, this is a life you can live. This is the most likely outcome of that life if you choose to give into these vices.
I'm trying to actually start my own Oxford house, in a way.
Nice.
My character that I write is Walker, because I walk all the time. It's named Garrett after my nephew who died of the fentanyl overdose. Garrett Walker is the character name that I use in all my stories. So my message is, don't be Garrett. Don't do this. So I'm hoping that my stories, like my shares in AA, will get out there and be preventive. If I can condense it into maybe a 50-page short story and get that little out, kids, audio book, like we were talking about with the podcast stuff, then I'm doing some good. And people, listen to 25 minutes on the way to work, 25 minutes on the way home, you get the gist of this whole story. That's reasonable for a 30-year-old guy who's driving to Amazon downtown.
I don't expect to. So I listen to long podcasts. There's a guy, you may enjoy this, Sean Ryan. He does, most of his interviews are ex-Navy SEALs, ex-Special Forces, ex-Delta Force. But some of those are like 4 to 6 hour podcasts.
Right.
So that's what got me into enjoying long form, because you really get into the story. Nowadays, it's all about the 15-second shorts and clips on YouTube, and it's like you can't get much out of that.
I heard it's the 20-minute thing, 2 or 3 times a week. People can listen on the way to work and maybe get part 2 on the way home.
It's these young kids. Their attention span is 15 seconds. Like, I make a video that's 10 seconds. And YouTube shows you like how long people watched it. They can't even make it 7 seconds.
Yeah, that's the instant gratification.
And it's like, okay,
you don't even hear it through.
Yeah,
I love a good book and a good movie.
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to do, is write some or make some. But I know I started writing when books went out the window. They want audio books. or you want a movie. So writing a movie doesn't work anymore. You got to have a mini series, you know,
Yeah.
like Netflix or Amazon, because it keeps things moving. But yeah,
Well, I appreciate this, John.
I appreciate you
Thanks
having
for
me.
doing it. I'm sure we'll be in touch.
All right, thank you.